Quite loud jump scare. Also, this music is very sad. Let's turn it up. Let's turn it up. Oh no, Shibuya isn't that hype either. That was the one we just played, right? Where's Ginza? There we go. There we go. The bass line, the funky bass line. Okay, so we're doing Burpo Reloaded today, and I hate to tell you guys this. But I have been playing without you. And Burpo's been trucking. I think Burpo is like the fastest I've ever gone through the game. She's like, yeah, spoiler free means no DLC stuff. Yes, we will not be discussing any Shadow of the Erdtree content. We won't be discussing the preview here. We won't be discussing any of that. What is the Burpo state of being entail? So, yeah, sometimes Burpo needs a one-on-one time. She really needed one-on-one time, and I'm glad that we had some one-on-one time because she's kind of fucked up. She's kind of fucked up. So I haven't actually unlocked any perfumes yet. This is a perfumer build. I intended to make this a perfumer build a long time ago, and we actually started this on PC, I want to say like a month ago. But I switched over to PlayStation 5, and a lot of people were really mad. A lot of people were like, we miss Burpo. What the fuck? Who is this Crucible Knight? We don't give a shit about her. We care about Burpo. Burpo's the only person that I care about. She's my favorite Elden Ring character. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. We ball. We'll do it again. And so I put Burpo on my PlayStation. I put her on there. And I've been... Yeah, some people are me. I've been putting work. I've been putting in work, you guys. And it's been Burpo boss DLC confirmed. We can't talk about it. It's DLC spoilers. Burpo might be the final boss. We can't talk about it. So I have all this like very intricate lore for all of my other characters that I'm going into the DLC with. Some like hardcore you know, like, hold on, wait, what is this gonna look like? Oh shit, we still have the alien. Like some like hardcore character lore accurate builds with stories, backstories. You know, Burpo she's like really fucked up and she doesn't really have a story. She just wants to murder. She's just here for murder. And that's about it. That's all I got for her. I don't really have... I also have like one of the default faces for her. We're not rolling with anything complicated. This is literally the Reed. What is it? What's the name? Reedlander? What is it? The Land of Reeds? It's the Sekiro face. Your character looks... I need to give her more... Like, for her to actually look like me, I need to tilt her eyes down just a tiny bit and give her more of a Slavic nose. I got a big ass nose, y'all. But we need to fix that a little bit. Her nose is too shallow. A murder is a story, a simple story. 100% Death Panda. Absolutely. And murder is her story. Started with Vanguard? I almost said Vagrant. The Vagrant build. Yeah, Burpo is the average strength player. Yes. Sisterhood of the Big Noses one. Let's start it. Let's start it, Anna. We gotta start it. Hey, Bill T, thank you so much for the subscription. I'm also gonna turn up the music because when I was playing with Burpo, I was straight up listening to just like thrash and like metal music all weekend. Holy crap, I've never seen that weapon in my playthrough. So if you want that, this is my go-to weapon for really early strength builds. If you are starting off with a strength character and... Wait, what's the dancing alien? That's Polaris from Alan Wake 2, don't worry about it. But also the alien... Oh, thank you for the subscription. Matt Offler, thank you so much. Also, if y'all subscribe to me, you guys can help me work towards my June threshold for Partner Plus on Twitch, or if you're on YouTube, we set up members And I'm still transferring some Miro board stuff over, but the Miro boards that I make my dumb little conspiracy Charlie Day boards are going to be available to everybody, so y'all can lurk them. We have a couple of community boards floating around, but I need to like find a good way to link them. Might make a link tree. Yeah, I don't want to get into. There's a. I don't know how spoilery I'm allowed to be with control on here. Polaris is an Alan Wake 2, yes. That was the anchor weapon, right? The one where single R2 attack is like a 3-second animation. Yes, unless you change the weapon art, which I have. So I've been switching the weapon art out occasionally depending on where I'm at. Is the screen zoomed in? Oh, it might be, actually. You know what? You're so true. You're so right. That was because of what we were doing yesterday. My bad. Thank you so much for catching that. We were doing some cracked stuff with the Miro board yesterday during our Alan Wake stream. No, so this anchor is not a random drop from the enemy. Sorry, I never finished what I was saying. So the Morn Tunnel in the Weeping Peninsula, you fight a Misbegotten who drops it. Shouldn't have even said Polaris. Yeah, I know, right? People are like, ugh. People are hungry for the Alan Wake control lore. I should make a video at some point, but it's whatever. So yeah, next question. Oh no, I have heavy on it right now. Yeah, I just have like a heavy version of this because Burpo's early form is pure strength, and then we're gonna add some. I don't know if I want to do quality or like what exactly I'm going to be going into the DLC with. I do know that we're going to be fiddling with perfumes quite a bit on this build. Like I'm going to be fully into like offensive and defensive. I've always wanted to do this. So this is like an ode to one of my favorite builds in another game. I remember back when I got Fallout New Vegas. Back in my video game, it wasn't video game infancy. What am I talking about? I was in my like 20s, but I got the official like New Vegas guidebook because I wanted the map that was in it and whatever. But whoever wrote that guidebook popped off, and they had a whole build section in the guidebook for survival mode. And there was this one build that was specifically a survivalist build, like you focused on. Like crafting, finding, it's more like focused around endurance, but then also just general survivability. And it felt more like it felt like you were constantly recycling things almost and like building things. It was kind of like a tinker, I don't know, an engineer. It was that kind of a vibe. And I've always, ever since that, because I kind of was like smooth brained when it came to builds back before I played kind of like PlayStation 3 era games, but I was very much like a traditional, like, oh, there's a strength build and there's a mage build. I was just thinking about damage output, and I wasn't thinking about builds that could focus on like kind of atypical stats. Like the luck build in New Vegas is like super fun. Pure crafting, pure items, pure consumables, like that's super fun. And I've always wanted to do a build in this game that was a little bit more on the quality side, but that focused on consumable items, pots, you know, like more of the crafting mechanics, bows, arrows, like somebody that is kind of like an all-around trinket crafting person, because I had so much fun doing that in Fallout. And I feel like they really made that a thing in this game with like the pots and with some of the like additional crafting items and the ammunition crafting, which is pretty cool. Have you used perfumes at all? Yes, but not like frequently. I think, yeah, trinket goblin build. God, I love New Vegas. Rat Slayer, my beloved. Yeah, 100%. Agreed. New Vegas was so good. was just something about like the builds in that game that were so much more complex and satisfying than 3. 3 was pretty straightforward. 3 was pretty like, if you're rolling a strength build, it's gonna look like this. If you're rolling a, you know, a plasma or like an energy weapons build, it's gonna look like this. It was pretty one-to-one with Skyrim in terms of like, you have kind of like a mage damage output class and a physical damage output class. But yeah, having the whole extra layer of like the casinos and like my luck build was so cracked because I was able to like hyper focus on all of the different mini games in the game to just give me like a flobbity-jillion dollars to invest. Like I bought my stats. And it was really good. Hype train, yes, thank you guys so much for the hype train. Thanks everybody for the subs and for tuning in. I know for a lot of folks the internet's been like a dangerous place. Ever since the preview happened, we've experienced like a pretty significant dip in viewers during the streams, which is totally understandable, especially because on last Thursday during Lore Theory Thursday we were covering some spoilery bits. But I want to reassure y'all that like from here on out, we're so close. We're so close to the DLC that I promise you I'm not going to cover anything else. Is being tired all the time a symptom of ADHD? Yes, ADHD and autism both struggle. There's like a correlation. Obviously, some people with ADHD that struggle more with the kind of like impulsive, hyperactive symptoms. It can appear as if they're really high energy, and some people with ADHD can be high energy. But for people with inattentive ADHD, it's all kind of related loosely. It's like a weird spectrum of like varying strengths and deficits that waver from person to person. So like for some people with ADHD, you know, paying attention to auditory information can be hard, but for other people it could be the executive functioning task management, or it can be all of it. And that kind of dictates your severity. But then people with autism also struggle with the same things. And wait, I tuned in and I was like, why anchor? But then, ooh, a heavy piercing weapon, tetanus build. No, it's we're not going to be sticking with the anchor. That's going to go away. Anyway, sorry. But it has a lot to do. There's like a lot of neuroscience that plays into why people with autism and ADHD suffer from fatigue. And it's also why there's like a correlation with like craving sugary things too. But I don't have the articles on me right now, and I don't want to like speak for my ass. I want to make sure that like I have. We were talking about it. We were actually talking about this on another stream. Hold on, let me pull it up. See. Okay, so this is not conclusive. There is research that has suggested that altered gut flora, which can be present, may contribute to sugar cravings. There's also it has something to do with like a signal from the gut. But it's interesting that like there are things that we crave and that we become addicted to that are uppers. Yeah, dopamine deficiency. I feel like I think the reason why the study says like suggested is because there are likely multiple contributing factors. Like, for example, gut flora or things that are sending signals to your brain that you need more of something, despite the fact that you probably don't. But I also think, too, it comes from this feeling of, like, fatigue and the sensation or stimulus of being on an upper. And I think that that's also why a lot of folks, obviously with mental health issues, sometimes struggle with addiction, because there's like, there's kind of like a self-medication aspect of it as well. Nervous system burnout too, for me, yeah. I think there's like a bunch. I think there's a bunch of reasons. Does this mean Guts from Berserk is ADHD? The fatigue thing is also why people with ADHD and autism need to eat enough protein, better in the morning, I believe. I also know too, so like, I can tell that there are certain foods that are like better for me and like my physiology specifically, depending on what time of day it is, because of certain dips. Like, I noticed that eating fruit, I mean, obviously you want to eat like plenty of servings of fruit and vegetables a day, but I noticed that like eating fruit midday or like having a juice or like a smoothie is way better for me in kind of like the center of the day than like having a coffee, for example, or having like carbohydrates. Like, I feel way more alert. There's definitely like some weird science that goes on in your body, and I think obviously listening to a nutritionist is like rad, but I also definitely believe in like kind of tracking what you eat and like listening to how your body feels after you eat it. Can be cardiac issues. Ooh. Guts in the chat says I totally have ADHD. I definitely have addictive behaviors. I try to manage my boredom in a healthy way. Yeah, Charlie, same. Dr. K had a short video on YouTube. People with ADHD on average get less satisfaction from food, but they also have stronger cravings for it. That is interesting. Is this Burpo with the anchor? Yes, we haven't unlocked, because we're still in Liurnia, we haven't unlocked too many perfumes yet. It kind of sucks that perfumes are kind of mid to late game. So what is going to be the drip for this character? The Depraved Perfumer's garb is pretty stylish. Yeah, I was thinking of doing Depraved Perfumer because it's very, like, thematic for the DLC. Because it has the red snakes wrapping itself around the Erd tree. It definitely has that, like, that aesthetic. Bad English, but I love your videos. Thank you so much. Yeah, Stinky Perfumer. But I also think I might go with some, like, heavier poise armor. I need to turn on my little lantern. Oop. I forgot how much these guys fuck. Oh no. When you're low level. Okay. What was I doing? Lantern. Alright, thank you so much, Mac and Cheese, for the subscription. Thank you, thank you. Get some chunky boots. Are new weapon types considered spoilers? If you talk about them, yeah. Thankfully, Burpo has been a concept since before the DLC. But yeah, I would avoid talking about new weapon types just in general. We're trying to keep it cool. Burpo needs a nice pair of Uggs. I actually have no clue what our main weapon is gonna be. I'm not quite sure yet. Like, I'm not planning on sticking with the anchor. The anchor is just kind of the, it is the earliest two-handed strength weapon that really, like, trucks early on, so it's the one that I go to. I might do Great Stars. We might do a Fire Monk Perfumer Great Stars build, maybe? I'm thinking health regen build. Should we do health regen? Yes. Okay, wait, what builds are people taking into the DLC? I'm gonna prep on a Blasphemous Blade build right now, and I'm wondering if I should prep a second. Yeah, do what feels right. I think... Oop, this DLC is kind of cracked because of how late game it is. I feel like the Bloodborne DLC, you can access that shit when you're like level 80 or 70. Sometimes I've gotten in there, so rune level 40, and it can be a little spicy, but like you can still do it. But this one being kind of like soul level 100 to 120 is a little spooky for me. And especially because of how big and open world Elden Ring is, I never really felt... I felt encouraged to do other builds, but not all the way through. Thank you, Blue Panda, for the resub. The thing that made me want to replay the game wasn't so much to get to the end of the game again, but to just see certain NPC dialogue that I may have missed, and also get some items that I missed out on. But I didn't really replay Elden Ring, because so much was coming out, I think, during that time, and I was also working at Microsoft still. So I was mainly just... Quaylog, that's a low ball. DLC is 150. For y'all, it might be 150. I'm gonna go in there like fully underleveled. It's gonna be a mess. They said all you have to do is beat Radon and Moog, so like I'm using that as like a template. Nods in 14 characters so far. Oops. But yeah, what I'm trying to get at though is that like I never really felt the need to level up a bunch of characters to soul level 150 or rune level 150. So I'm just kind of like doing that now, obviously last minute. But I also need to make sure that all of the builds that I'm taking through are viable or are gonna do enough damage output for me to feel competent. And I've retooled some of my builds, but I'm pretty excited with the ones that I have. Currently, I have a Deathrite Bird build that is my Carrion Scholar, and she like got into heretical magic, so I'm very excited about her. I have her like kitted out with the Death Poker, but she's like a full-blown like death bird stan. And then I have my Crucible Knight build, which is just like Godfrey Crucible themed, who's kind of lamenting like the age passing. And then we have this fucking build, which there's nothing. Do you guys think we're gonna get some intelligent faith support? I think so. I feel like Miyazaki and co are always really good about making sure that all builds are represented in the DLC. That like everybody's gonna get a little treat. So I think we'll be okay. The Raptor's chest piece might go hard for the Deathrite Bird build. Yes, I currently have Black Knife stuff on her, but like I definitely do want to switch out for the Raptors set just so that way it's more on theme. But yeah, I have 3 characters planned, but I barely started on them. Oh no, it's coming out next week, right? Next Friday? Do you think the Perfumer bottles, what do you think the Perfumer bottles scale with? I have no idea. Miyazaki, you've done it again. There's a really interesting intelligence faith weapon, but I won't post spoilers. Okay, thank you so much for not talking about the spoilers in the chat. I really appreciate it, you guys, because we have so many people out there that are trying to go in as blind as possible, so thank you for being respectful. I'm overthinking my 100% character. I tried to do my 100% character with what felt like most authentically me, or my first playthrough character. Who is my 100% character. But I don't know. It's kind of interesting. The Draconic Crucible Knight build that I have is definitely, like, I love her very much, but I definitely feel like she's kind of more of a curiosity because I'm very interested and curious as to how the Crucible and like the Draconic stuff is going to be represented in the game. So she's mainly like a build that I'm making that doesn't really feel like a reflection of me, but more so like a reflection of some of the cooler things in the game that I like. But I do think that I've never seen that weapon before. Oh, it fucks, Robbie. It's one of the early strength weapons you can get, like, very, very early. I got it before I even fought Godric. But it's a really good low-level strength weapon to start out with, to just kind of blast through the first chunk of the game. And then we're going to switch it out for Great Stars once we hit Altus Plateau. Oh, I forgot about Estelle. Oops. I'll wait to get all these items. Has anyone ever told you actually resemble Caelid in some aspects? Yeah, I have actually gotten that a lot. But it's interesting because when I picked this username, I didn't have this haircut. I had like a short bob. So I didn't feel like I actually resembled her too much. But I feel like now that I'm getting older, I'm kind of looking more and more like her, which is really silly. But she is like fully she is fully Asian looking though. I think the only thing that we have in common is just that I have dark hair. And no bangs currently. I have a bad feeling that half the DLC will be fire resistant. Oh no! Maybe. Or maybe it'll be weak to fire.
Is someone their customer? Well, how long has it been?
The spider legs don't come in until you're 40. I've never seen how many legs you have though. Oh man. I kind of want the prisoner clothing really bad. Or at least the shirt. I do love, so I took the cape off of the Vanguard set, and I do love that there's like a little backpack. Like, I got a little sack and a little, my traveling stuff, which is really cute. I love the details underneath some of the sets in here. But the billowy shirt is always like, it's always really good. I'm starting to look like a pirate. I don't know how I feel about that. That shirt does slay a little. I've never seen Caelid and Ingenue in the same room. Are they the same person? Oh no. Make it all fire and then create a new water spell type. I want to make a fishman build with the rusty anchor. I feel like if those structures that we saw in the trailer are... Ow. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna travel. I just realized we haven't even done... Are we in Iron Cell? Where are we at? What are we? Iron Cell. We're in Iron Cell. I haven't even done Shiofra. Like, we're baby. We're fully baby. Let's go do it. Let's go do it right now real quick. Yeah, the boats. The, like, weird beached boats that we were all kind of, like, guessing are space boats. This also isn't spoilers from the preview, by the way. This is just from the gameplay trailer. Like, the very first gameplay trailer that we all saw. I'm quite excited. What a... Hey! Oh my gosh, congrats, Puff. I've been a little absent because I've been avoiding spoilers. Yeah, we're gonna try to do our best to not talk about preview spoilers on this stream. I might talk about the gameplay trailer, like the very first one that came out when the DLC was first announced. But outside of that, I'm gonna try very hard to not talk too much about them today. Did I get the finger snap yet? Let me see. Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. Alright, hi Blythe.
Who goes there? Carly sent you, did he? Ever the bloody busybody. Maybe to him you don't seem so strange. The name's Blythe. I'm looking for a man who goes by Darrowell. He fled somewhere nearby. Also, I've heard.
I think I've already...
Find him before I do. I can offer you ample reward.
I think I've already defeated him.
Darrowell is nothing and in need. Darrowell is and in need of a...
Oh, maybe I haven't. I could have sworn that I did. This man's so angry in my ringing bell sheep build. Oh my god, PvP. So I think you still have to go to the Everjail. Oh, I see. Quaylog, is this going to be your super deprived character? Yeah. Yes. It's not like fully deprived because I didn't start off with that class. We started off with Vanguard because Teslobo has like instilled optimal starting class stat information into my brain. Teslobo has fully changed my brain chemistry. So I'm starting off with Vanguard. Just so it's like nice and tidy. If that makes sense. Do you think Perfumer keeps smelling their own perfume like an addict? Probably. I think that the depraved ones do. Oh shit, wait. Where's the Everjail? It's over there. I'm considering doing the DLC in full Millennia cosplay, but I also don't want to hard commit to a base game weapon. Oh, for sure. I think it would be really cool though. So somebody made a Godwyn the Golden build to go into the DLC with, to like roleplay Godwyn going after Mikola. And I think that role-playing Godwyn or Millennia in the DLC so good. So good. It sounds sick, yeah. I'm so proud of Burpo finding a purpose and moving up in life, yeah. Burpo's unstoppable, right. To be honest.
There you are. Had to work for it, but it's done. Don't say I'm not a man of my word.
Oh my god, yes, you already met my character Mikola the Kind sleep build, yes. I feel like that is, that's gonna be really fucking funny, Dream Sleeper. You're gonna be walking around and everyone's gonna be like, Mikola told us about this, and you're gonna be like, who's fucking, who's pretending to be me? What? Who's my imposter? I don't understand. You have to confront yourself. Dream Sleeper.
Oh yes, I should say. If you venture north to Rea Lucaria and come across a venerable blacksmith, who tell him I sent, he'll be sure to treat you. I owe you one, I reckon.
Can I roleplay Mo going after his boyfriend? That might be problematic, I don't know. I'm doing chunks of DLC as a duelist and gladiator, but that cosplay is also really powerful, at least just to me. Oh, 100%. The gladiators?
That's enough chit-chat for now. It's time we parted.
Okay. I do feel... Okay, wait, so, Arkarus said I have a character with 99 dex that I could easily do a Millennia cosplay with, but she's also in New Game Plus 2, so the DLC is gonna be thick for her. Yeah, it's gonna be fucked up. Cerberus gets the squirt bottle. I talked about this yesterday. For those of you that missed it, I'm going to buy like a squirt bottle in real life. I don't know where else. So that way I can like spritz you guys whenever y'all are being too rowdy. It's too much sometimes in here. Y'all have been getting a little bit too comfortable. Millennia's never known defeat, so it's true.
That's enough chit-chat for now. It's time we part.
Wait, I have a drunken master build called Mitchell Bob Ultra. I feel like... Or, sorry, Mitchell Bob Ultra. I feel like Ultra is gonna have a really good time in the DLC without me saying any spoiler stuff, MFX. I feel like You're gonna be living your full Street Fighter fantasy, and it's gonna be lovely. And I'm excited for you. Spray me more Spider Mommy. Nah! Do a Moog build and roleplay him trying to kidnap Mikla back from the Shadow Realms. Yeah, that's what Cerberus said in the chat. Hey, I could have sworn, isn't there a Guidance of Grace over here somewhere? Isn't there one on the side of this hill? Maybe I'm misremembering. No, I see it. I see it. I see her. A spray bottle when YouTube chat gets sassy. To be honest, it's not even just YouTube chat. Sometimes it's Twitch. Sometimes it's y'all. Do y'all remember the game showcase? Who was it, YouTube or was it Twitch who said cuckbus? Which chat was the one that was like which chat was the one that was like mishearing Jeff Keighley and making me have like a fucking meltdown? It was YouTube? Oh, okay. It was both of you guys. It was both YouTube and Twitch. Sometimes you guys are like, we sure it was mishearing? Oh, I think it was Twitch. I can't wait to see Let Me Solo Her evolve into Let Me Solo Him when everyone spends hours dying to Mikla. Yeah, it's gonna be good. I think you were the one that said cuckbus. No, I was like, whoa, what is this game? This game looks weird. And somebody in the chat was like, cuckbus. And I just said it. I just repeated what you guys were saying. It was E-Bomb's World chat. Yeah, probably. All right. Shiofra. Iron Cell. Now I want to go in as a paranoid conspiracy Halig Tree Knight that answers the Moog guy. Wait, sorry, that swears the Moog guy is canon. So you spend the entire DLC looking for signs of Moog? You could be a Sanguine Noble. I really do think that, okay, so it's like problematic as hell, but I do think a Sanguine Noble going in to avenge Moog is like actually very good. There was a couple of people that made builds that were blood builds. When I did my like huge post on Twitter where I was asking people the lore about their builds, somebody was saying that they had a Sanguine Noble character that was loyal to Moog up until Moog kidnapped and like was mistreating Mikla, and then there was like a coup where their Sanguine Noble overthrew Moog internally, and now they're seeking out Mikla to like actually help Mikla, which I think is like a pretty cool story. I don't know, I dig it. I'm with it. Oops. I did a presentation on dream visions in Arthurian literature last semester, and there's a pattern of dreams being used for characters to interact with abstract concepts like death, fate, love, and sometimes prophetic visions. Could lend credit to Mikla interacting with Dust and Death, or even getting a new ending, maybe. I know that we have confirmation from Miyazaki that the DLC is not going to actually give us a new ending, but that it might change the state of the game. Like, he was saying that there's some kind of way that the player will be able to tell that they've finished the DLC, and I don't quite know what that means yet. So I'm interested to see... Shifra? Oh, it's Shifra, thank you. Thank you. I trust nothing Miyazaki said. I'm starting to second guess Miyazaki as well. DLC won't have an ending scene. I think it'll have an ending scene, but he said that it won't change any of the base game endings. Like, it won't give us access to a new ending. But I am kind of curious because he did say that the DLC was going to be a 30-hour long thing. But he also was kind of saying that about the base game of Elden Ring, where he was saying it's like an 80-hour long game. But like, I think my first game I clocked in over 100 hours. But so I think that like maybe he's considering the length of the DLC based on like if you beeline the legacy bosses and try to do like a speed run, he's trying to calculate for those people. Yeah, 30 hours without detours. Yeah, ha 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 ha. He said the base Elden Ring is like 30 hours. He said 20 about the main game too. Yeah, he's a freak. I think he undersold even more than 80. Oh shit, okay. Yeah, I think, and then also, do you guys remember, like not that long ago, like a month or so ago, he was like, there's something in the base game that the community hasn't discovered yet? Like, I don't trust that either. Like, I think obviously there's going to be things in the base game that are going to make more context, or sorry, make more sense after we beat the DLC. Like, for example, I'm sure that we'll get like some kind of explanation for the obelisks and like the carvings, and certain things are going to like make more sense for us with context. I think that's what he's getting at. But I do think that he's like definitely trolling. He's such a good marketer. Like, I recently had an interview with somebody for a magazine, and I'm not gonna like put their whole article on blast or like talk about what they're writing about, because I obviously, like, it's their fucking job. I don't want to spoil what the article is. But one of the questions that they had for me was, how do I think that the community has like uplifted Elden Ring or like made Elden Ring like that much more successful? And I felt like that is kind of like an interesting question, like an interesting way of looking at it, because I think that it is by design that the community is what it is. Like Miyazaki, like by buying it, I think the answer that they were looking for, Puff, is that like, oh, like, you know, it's because of the community's love for the game and for George R. R. Martin and whatever, that like we amplified it, and therefore social media and like YouTube as like a concept helps drive engagement of the game. But I feel like that is not quite true. And I think that it's like more complicated than that, because I think Miyazaki intentionally makes things obtuse and makes his systems obtuse, and this has been a thing since Demon Souls, where like he's actively forcing us to work together. Do you know what I mean? Like it is by design that like me and Vati and Epic Name Bro and all of the YouTube communities surrounding the IP exist because the game is so obtuse and because the game is so like archaic and kind of like reminiscent of like older JRPGs where there's not a lot of like mechanics being explained. But I don't think that me or Vati or Epic Name Bro would be making these videos if the game systems weren't easy to understand. And like Miyazaki has said this in an interview before, where he's like actively wanting to create things that are like obtuse or challenging, so that way it kind of forces collaboration. Like there's that really good interview that he had about getting stuck in his car in the snow and needing to be like pushed up by the cars behind him, and that like he never got the chance to thank the person who helped his car up the hill. And he would sometimes wonder if like the last person who was in line to get their car pushed up, if they made it home safely. There was just like a lot of there was like a lot of really cool inspiration that he took from just like human nature and like people helping each other, that he said that he used for like the base multiplayer game, like the base structure of Demon Souls. So it's like because of the fact that the game is like has like a pretty significant difficulty curve, and because of the fact that a lot of the menus in Demon Souls didn't have tutorials or explanations, like the world tendency menu, have y'all even seen the world tendency menu? Like, how many of you guys played Demon Souls for PlayStation 3? Not the remake. Not the remake one, the like old one. Like the world tendency menu is like fucking cracked. Like it's like ancient. It doesn't make sense. Hey Cooper, do you want a greenie? Like, it didn't make sense. Hold on, let me show you guys. So like, you'd pop open the fucking game and you'd like hit the menu and you'd like cycle through your inventory, and then you'd fucking cycle through your inventory and then you'd find another menu and it just looked like this. No text, no... And like you open the game. This was like before there were Discord communities. This is before Reddit was like a thing that people used. This was before a lot of like there were a lot of little forums. Like there was like Select Button and Something Awful and like NeoGAF, and like everyone was so disjointed and nobody was on like just Reddit or like just Twitter. It was like a bunch of smaller forums. We had a Wikidot and we had a Live Door that was like a Japanese wiki, and some people were like dedicated to translating, but we straight up had to like fucking like, it was this kind of a system that forced the community to get together. One interesting thing to note is the tree imagery via the old one has endured now until Elden Ring. Yes, oh my god, Jabber. So I talked about it in my Crucible video and like my Tree of the World Tree video. But yeah, like even in the, if you look closely at this, you can see a tree in the background of each archstone, but the thing that they're holding, like each character is holding a small orb, and it definitely is like a seed. Like there's definitely, this is supposed to establish that like each archstone is like tied together into the fabric of reality via like the world trees, which is fucking sick. Like I loved it. I loved it. It was awesome. I mean, was that era really that long ago? Am I old? Chris C, yes. We're old now. We're old. We played the Alan Wake 2 DLC on stream, and they reference the Tree of Life as well. In comparative mythology. It's great. No, don't tell me. I'm not gonna say what the Alan Wake 2 DLC was or what was in it. But I will say that there's, get ready, Tree of Life reference, that's all. I'm not old, just chronologically advanced. We're old in the sense that like we're not old, but like we are young. We are at a point where there are generations before us that have not played Demon Souls and that were too young to experience it and are now adults. They are now adults. So take with that information, you know, do with that what you will. I always forget like what is like the most effective way to take down these boys. Probably just like, if you remember the 1900s, your knees hurt now. Yeah. Are you still doing the Crucible build? We finished it, yeah. We got to the point where we fight Moog. And so I stopped playing it. So we have a Crucible build, we have our Deathrite Bird build, and then we have this build, which is going to be a Perfumer build. But we're currently too early in the game to like have access to perfumes. I'm so excited to get to Altus so that this build can start cooking. We're old now, Quaylog says, then pauses quietly. Enough for comfort to leave the room, enough for us to dwell on that. What's the Deathrite Bird build? It's a intelligence, faith with the death poker. We can go over it if you guys want, but it was the build that I was PvPing with the other day. Dung Eater armor for the Perfumer. Oh my god. Do you have a list of all the perfume bottles? No, not yet. If you wanna post them, Jen, that would be great. I need to learn about the Kabbalah. So many links to a lot of stories. Okay, so like I know we've talked about this a flop bajillion times. I know we've talked about comparative mythology and Jung and Joseph Campbell, but like I do, despite the fact that like I want to stand on top of a mountain and talk about how comparative mythology is quite flawed. I do want to encourage you guys to read Joseph Campbell's comparative mythology works, because I think that they are really important. I was born in the 70s, damn you. We talked about Jung before? Kyle. It's so funny, Kyle, that like, and to people that have been here in chat and have had to deal with me like talking about it so much, but it's like so, it's both funny and frustrating, because like he has been referenced and is being referenced by so many artists. Also, Cooper is losing his fucking mind right now, so give me 1 second. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. These are ominous sounds for somebody tending to their dog. What? I fear the old Buddha genes and true religions are making a comeback. I think that religion tends to flourish in times where there's political and economic instability, because it gives us a moral code to adhere by when our economy is like encouraging us to fuck other people over. I think that it then gets co-opted by institutions to keep people in line with the needs of certain political systems too. 100%. Like I think that like it starts off being for the people and then it gets taken away from the people. And there's like this cycle of that for sure. And I think that's why a lot of religions tout fundamentalist ideals, is because along the way it gets kind of like muddled and lost when politicians and people of power try to like change it. Oop. Oh. Where are you, baby? Rich Buddhist named Kelvin. Young is just a dude with zero applicable research. Yeah. Have you talked about the tarnished as a demigod theory? I mean, we have... All demigods are individuals that have inherited or received a great rune, and the tarnished has received fragments of grace. So there's like little bits and pieces. I think also too, like the idea that Marika's age is an age of gold that has tarnished too. There's some like symbolism linguistically going on there. There's a reason why poor people are more religious, or poor communities are more religious. People having no power and control makes them feel desperate for something to help them. It's not just that though, Lionsmith. Like I said, like, so if you're in a poor community and you don't have the means to meet your needs, so for example, you can't afford food, you can't afford, you know, basic necessities, it makes sense that you would then turn to crime to be able to like help your family. But a lot of religions are trying to get neighbors to like, and communities to come together and share and not steal. And it's like, it's trying to resolve an issue that happens when there's instability. But then when there's like a code of honor or like a code of conduct that like certain communities have in order to like uplift and protect each other, a lot of times political systems or people that do not like this solidarity will come in and co-opt it. And it becomes less about facilitating community cooperation and more about facilitating and uplifting those in power. So it flip-flops. And there's like a weird... Pokemon go to the polls. Religion, or more accurately faith, can also bring comfort and hope to people in times of discourse. Of course, yeah, there's like that element of it too. But as I've gotten older, I've realized that like for some people it's less about resolving existential like quandaries, which I think are pretty... This is gonna be like totally like off topic, and some of y'all might not relate to this, but I'm starting to realize that, so when I was younger and I grew up in like a pretty diverse community, but for the most part my family's white and Mexican, so like I grew up with like the difference. I grew up with like a collectivist family, and I grew up with a pretty individualist family. And I think that sometimes I thought that religion was trying to resolve an internal quandary, because I grew up around Germanic Lutherans. Younger. I grew up around Germanic Lutherans, and a lot of Lutheranism is focused on like internal spirituality. And I think that I didn't realize that for a lot of cultures and communities, there is not the quandary of like existential individualist discomfort. I think for a lot of collectivist communities, they find fulfillment and satisfaction through helping their neighbor. And so that's where that emphasis is, if that makes sense. It's like like I think that certain groups have like different spiritual quandaries. And I think that when I was going through my angsty, like, anti-religion phase, I thought that religion was just a coping mechanism for people that were scared of death and people that, like, needed an afterlife, which I'm, like, now finding as an adult and as I've been learning about history and religion and theology was incredibly, like, naive and, like, very self-centered. Like, I didn't realize that, like, other communities, especially like different cultures, had different spiritual quandaries, and that the quandary that I thought religion was solving is something that's like very white. As a black man, I constantly question religion and its ability to subjugate. Of course, yeah, that's an element of it too. Like, and that's kind of what I was getting at early on, was where I was saying that like it's very clear that there are certain points of history where there's always like a code of honor because it's needed by society. But then you see it get co-opted and you see it, you know, you see rulers use it as a means to subjugate. So a lot of rulers will insert themselves into the pantheon or say that they were crowned by God or say that they were chosen by like a religious entity, and that's where it's like, okay, this is not about religion anymore. This is about you. This isn't about like a code of conduct of how a collective interfaces with each other. This is about a ruler choosing who and what gets to do what and where. Do you know what I mean? No. So black man, Germanic Lutherans, Jesus wasn't white, but Germanic Lutherans are white, and the way that they interpreted the Bible was specific to their cultural experiences and what they were going through. So that particular sect of Christianity is like very entrenched in like white identity politics, which is like, yeah, Jesus wasn't white, and like, you know, the origins of Christianity like are not white, but the way that white people internalized the religion during a certain time period changed the nature of the religion. It shifted. It became, and this is like so complicated. This is like, it's really complicated because like there was a quandary that was happening in Germany at the time that was like about nationality and spirituality that particular sect of Lutheranism was trying to like address. But it's like a whole period of history that is like difficult to get into. It's specifically regarding how the French conquered parts of Europe and how a lot of those groups felt disenfranchised from like their cultural and like their cultural identity and their heritage. And so they were trying to reconnect with that. And they were trying to like reconfigure what they thought Christianity meant to them because it was an oppressive force. And so there's like a lot of shifting happening. Soup Life says, Quaylog, I'm going through a similar awakening. I thought the exact same thing about religion and coping with death. Right? I think, so Soup Life, I think it was because I was like going through a period of angst regarding my sexuality. There were a lot of conclusions that I made when I was younger where it was like, if you want to be a good person, that's just common sense and you should just be a good person. But then obviously when you get older and you realize like how much poverty impacts your ability to like make good decisions, and how much like not getting access to food and not getting access to healthcare and not getting access to like housing and a bunch of other stuff, and how productivity is tied to your sense of self, like once you start realizing that there's like a dire need for help and for a sense of community to step up where politics have failed you, you're like, oh shit, okay, I get it now. I get why I get why this is there. This crab is slowly. But like, it took me like a little bit of time to realize like, oh, I see. Like, when you learn about like the living conditions that a lot of folk were living in during a lot of spiritual movements, like the infancy of spiritual movements, and you learn about the way that people were being oppressed by their systems and how they themselves needed a system to like organize. Obviously spirituality is tied into that because like your sense of purpose and your sense of identity or your sense of collective identity becomes like a part of that. It's like, it's a whole fucking thing. It's a whole thing. Hey Caelid, do you think the Rune of Death existed before the arrival of the Elden Beast, or was the power of the Black Flame bound to the Elden Ring and transformed into the Rune by Marika? I have a whole video on that of like what I think the Elden Ring is and what I feel about the Elden Beast. I think it's called The Elden Ring Keeps Me Up at Night. I do think that like when the meteorite came down, I think that all aspects were incorporated with it because it's all like gold. Like the Elden Ring itself collectively is gold and it's just been shifted around. But I kind of wonder, like somebody was asking me what force I think the greater will is, and do I think it's Marika or do I think it's like an outside influence? But I get into that in that video. Elden Ring is obviously not a religious game. Stop playing. Goodbye. Good luck at your first day at the job, Turtle. Sorry, my brain just like exploded. Okay, my mother is a Jehovah's Witness, and that shit has embedded a deep resentment of organized religion in me that's required reevaluation as I've gotten older. Mitch, same. Like, as somebody who is queer, I have had a huge... It's been like 20 years of me reevaluating my relationship with religion and learning about the ways... At what point in history did it become about the people and resisting oppression? And then at what point did it become something that the ruler... I mean, obviously Constantine was one of the first Roman Catholic rulers, and you learn about power shifts and power dynamics and how when a religious movement becomes popular within the general populace, there is a point in which the power systems that keep them at bay can no longer ignore it and can no longer demonize it because it's become so rooted and so powerful within your general population. So you have to co-opt it and change it to benefit you as a ruler. You have to. Or else, like, if you try to snuff it out, it's actually just going to, like, create a fuck ton of martyrs and, like, make your general population want to overthrow your government. But it's all about... At first, it's about community, and then it becomes about control. That time, Constantine conveniently had a religious vision, right? Right? That goes the same as any concept, not just religion. 100%. It also includes Lion Smith, like, civil rights movements. And any time where there's, like, a very big, powerful political movement or a powerful word or a powerful tool, it will get co-opted and changed. So, like, I talked about, like, obviously we've been pushing back quite a bit on the way that, like, gamers use the term woke, because now it's being used as, like, a general... like slur regarding anything with like progressive sensibilities when that's like not what it stood for. And so there's like a whole... It's really common for... Like, it's something that's still done today. This isn't just ancient history. It's something that's still being done now. But like words and movements and certain things will be rebranded and like... The mighty walk, yeah. Does woke originate from gamers cry? Yeah. But yeah, it's like, religion is one of the last remaining ways to be in a social group. There aren't even things like bowling leagues anymore. Yeah, I mean, like, if you think about like Mesopotamia or like any instance in which like humanity was enslaved, there aren't opportunities to gather socially unless it's like in circumstances where you're able to like reevaluate your spiritual and individualistic worth, and that people are able to like congregate. Gonna suplex Jimmy Carter for and co for kicking off the trend to use religion in the U.S. as a political tool. 100%. But I think it predates Carter. I think it's like ancient. It's like an ancient thing. This is a Roman thing, but I think that like it definitely is like used in America in a very intentional and specific way that is unique to America. Like a lot of Europeans are quite, when you explain the way that we see and use religion in America specifically, a lot of Europeans and other folks are quite confused by it. But yeah, Jimmy Carter definitely was like the, he was a big proponent in that. Andrew Jackson. Yeah, remember Manifest Destiny? Yeah, Andrew Jackson fully was that. American civil religion is wild. Yeah. Yeah, people looking to abuse power will always look for the most convenient lever to pull. Exactly, Sir Terrible. So no matter, it's one of those things, this is why we were having this conversation a while back. And I distinctly remember we were talking about like, do people just give up on words or organizations or tools? Like when the term feminism got a certain like derogatory stigma attached to it because of the way that it was publicized in like the 80s and 90s and earlier, at what point do you abandon a movement and then move forward with a new one? Is it worth rebranding or using a different term, or will it always come under scrutiny by the people that are trying to fuck it up or muck it up? And I think that we were also talking about it in regard to religion too, or in regard to certain movements. Like when society changes, at what point do you break the wheel and give up when certain institutions have like co-opted it? Or do you keep trying to like fight for it and amend it? These are the chats I come here for, no joke. This discussion is why I love the stream. Thank you guys. Thank you for letting me ramble. I think that like it's hard. It's something that I've been like struggling with a lot internally, because I think there's a piece of me that's fully frenzied flame of like break the wheel. Like when something is no longer serving a population, we need to abandon it and pick something else. But then if we pick something else and the government co-opts it again, are we just perpetually in a cycle of having to break it and reorganize and break it and reorganize? That like impedes progress. And so I think that's why we see fundamentalist religious groups pop up where they stand their ground and they fight for what is written. Like they're like, no, it says this, we're not changing it, fuck you. This is what we mean, this is what it means, this is what you say, this is the right way. And that's why you get a lot of rigidity in certain religious groups. Like there are certain Buddhist groups that are very rigid. There are certain Catholic Franciscan groups that are ascetic that are very rigid about like political rulers. Like they do not like it. It is always going to be about how being impoverished is like holy and to let everything go that is material. So like there's like tons of different people that are like, there's tons of groups throughout history that have also reconciled the same issue that I'm going through, but have like come to different conclusions about it. But that is progress. Each cycle of rebirth brings a new evolution to a system. I suppose that's true. Yes, Buddhism is seen as a hippy-dippy religion in the West, but there's an incredibly conservative Buddhist movement in the East. 100% Puff. 100%. And it can be very, like, conservative in the sense that it almost dips its toe into fascism a little bit. Like, it's so weird because with fundamentalists, like, you do run the risk of removing agency and free will. So there's this like constant it's so fucking hard. As a non-Christian in the US, I'm glad to be here. I get that there were issues, but there's a reason why my family came here. Oh wait, as a non-Christian in the US. Yeah. I get there were issues, but there was a reason why my family... Yes. I have a lot of friends and like also my family members who immigrated here that were still alive. My grandpa recently passed, but like when I hear about like the reasons for immigration, it like totally makes sense. How the fuck does a Buddhist get corrupted into being conservative? So for a lot of like ascetic movements and a lot of like fundamentalist movements, they're really rigid against change and progression. And so even though they preach a particular kind of enlightenment, if you stray from that in any regard, it is seen as trying to like amend it. And I think that a lot of fundamentalists fear social progress because they see it as like exactly what I'm saying. They see it as kind of like, doesn't Sekiro kind of touch on that? A little bit, yeah. But more so like how Buddhism and a certain idea of what Buddhism is can cause frenzy. But like, so there's layers to this because there's been thousands of years of human history that has like caused this to happen. But like, so say you have something that's for the people, and then you have you have political figures who claim that they're like the second coming of God or of whoever, that they know what Buddhism is, they know what Christianity is, they know what, Islam, they know what it is. And so therefore, because of social progress, they can change it to reflect social progress. But like in actuality, when they're changing it to kind of like fit and benefit the powers that be, political systems, rulers, leaders. They're kind of using spirituality as a tool to influence and to benefit them. And so you get a lot of religious groups who put up firm boundaries with that because they see the importance of like community and religion, and they're like, no, we do not want politics involved in this. But then that's where wars start to happen. We start to get like conflict between a bunch of stuff. And like there is just like a lot of weirdness. So that rigidity is called like fundamentalist belief. It's like people that believe in like the fundamental doctrine of like a particular religion. But because they're trying to push back against people who are trying to change it, they're also pushing back against positive instances of change because their community is also changing. So you might get, the acknowledgement of certain groups of people. You might get the acknowledgement of ways in which, like, for example, if there's scientific progress, if there's like new findings with understanding nature and understanding science, understanding physics and space and like nutrition or like the way our bodies work, there's new understandings. So there's going to be some spirituality that needs to change to reflect stuff that we're finding. But a lot of fundamentalists are almost like so scarred from religious and political groups trying to like co-opt their space that they also can't make space for genuine good progressive movements. So it's like a weird it's so complicated. It's not just why things change, it's how. The difference is a lack of apathy and political representation. It's why most modern authoritarian regimes are in decay. Yeah, I agree with that. The part where the frenzied flame destroys the golden order seems good to me. The part where it turns the whole rest of the world to ash, I'm not down for. That's what we're trying to avoid. 100% McClubbin. And I think that that's Ronnie's ending, right? Ronnie's ending is like acknowledging that maybe that spirituality and the idea of the self and like a bunch of other shit that comes with religion is going to exist, but that we learn how to displace it so that way lives can continue to live. Right? That's kind of like what I got. Oh man, I showed up right in the middle of a good convo with no context. We're talking about the way that like spiritual or like organized spiritual religions can be beneficial to communities, especially impoverished communities, but then are then co-opted by political or social or religious figures that are using it for their own benefit. And whether or not you should abandon that religion once it's co-opted and create something new, or if you should try to like hold your ground and like stay firm and adhere to like the fundamental beliefs of the original religion, or should you kind of like remove it and like adopt something new, even though it runs the risk of also being co-opted by a religious figure or a, when I say religious figure, I mean like somebody who believes that they're a prophet or somebody that believes that they're a ruler, and so therefore they get a say in how, you know, the economy is dispersed or how they get to pick and choose. Oh, absolutely. Go off, Quaylog in chat. Yeah. Ooh. Hold on, sorry. I always get stuck here. This is like the worst. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm failing you. I don't know how I did that, but we did it. Oh shit, I might die here. Nope. Okay, we're good. Woo! Quayla, could you see my earlier comment about Mikola divesting his body? No, Mara, I'm so sorry. It may have gotten lost. Let me scroll up. I currently have, oh wait. I was just thinking that you would need to die a true death. Wait, okay, wait. Where's the comment before that? So, for those of you that don't know, I currently have a chat that's visible to me. Oh wait, is Mikola divesting his body so he can take over Godwyn's body and give him a true death, dying to us? I think that there's definitely going to be some Mikola Godwyn stuff. Given the eclipse... lore in the game, because Mikola's trying to grant Godwyn a true death, the eclipse and the walking mausoleums have to do with all of that imagery, and then Godwyn's Great Rune, along with Fia's Great Rune, looks like the eclipse as well. There's a lot of death eclipse related imagery in the game. Something that's really cool though is that the DLC is coming out on a full moon. So we're getting some moon shit. Moon shit for the girlies. Moon shit for the pagans in the chat. Yeah, the eclipse lets you do something without the god and the divine witnessing you, 100%. That's like Sumerian shit. That's like Mesopotamian shit, which is like in the game, which is sick, which I love to see. But, yeah, as for what it is for sure, we don't know, obviously, because the DLC is not out. But I'm so excited. One more week, you guys, one more week. One more week. Moon shit. Yeah, one more week. Oh, damn it. Cultures and religion are now more homogenized than ever, so religions aren't likely... I don't know. Aren't likely to be as willing to change as before. I disagree with that. There's a lot of cultural variance, even just within the United States, based on what people need. I think that, like, we're always going to be adhering to, like, our environmental conditions, and that's going to shape a lot of, like, what we believe and how we feel about certain things. I think that's also why there's so many different economic movements just within the United States alone, because each state has its own set of needs and wants and, you know, economic status. It's complicated. She is sorry. Oh yeah, I never finished my my thought. So if you guys post something in the chat and I miss it, it's really hard for me to follow chat because I currently have an app that combines both Twitch chat and YouTube chat, and it moves really quickly on my end because between the two chats, there's about 600 people here, and with that many people, it just starts to move like quite quickly. And so I'm really sorry if I don't respond to everybody's questions or thoughts. Y'all have good ones. Quailog is multi-track drifting. Yeah. It's the ADHD nightmare, 100%. 100% it is the... Oh, we're losing chat quick, make alt accounts. I just wanted to say I really enjoyed binging your Miro board content, and it inspired me to make my own to play our lore-themed characters. Thanks for everything. Thanks so much. Stay at home slug. It was Vati that introduced me to Miro. Before I used to like draw shit on a whiteboard to talk about, like back in the old days. But I am really thankful to Vati for like getting me on Miro. I used Vizio a lot for work, so like Miro was just super easy for me to pick up. But it's free to use, and so for anybody that's interested in using it, I want to recommend it. I've had a couple people come in here and tell me that they started using it for like their D&D campaigns or for storyboarding, for like writing a book or for writing a comic. So I definitely, yeah, Bree says I'm working on an outline in Miro right now. Yes, like it's writing lore for your character, writing a D&D character. Vati stole whiteboard Quay from us? Yeah, he did. I've also used Miro for my D&D campaign. I'm using it for a timeline building on my Star Trek world building prog. Oh my god, that's so sick, Costco. Or IT Agile retrospectives. Yeah. What it's supposed to be used for, yeah. I've used Miro in some of the animation studios I worked at. That's sick. I'm not familiar on lore behind co-op items, even though I believe there's lots. Yes. Are you just talking about in Elden Ring, or are you talking about in Dark Souls too? Because I almost feel like there's more co-op exclusive items, spells, incantations in the Dark Souls series because of covenants. And I feel like covenants gated some of the best lore items in the game, so it really did force you, for if you were a lore hunter, it really forced you to PvP or to PvE. In Elden Ring? Yeah, there's like the fingers and stuff. Quailog, do you have any tabletop RPG experience? Yes! We've talked about this before on this chat, but I used to play D&D when I was growing up, and my partner and I have been kind of like deep diving a lot of first edition like revivals that have been happening lately, like Shadow Dark and Morkborg and like a couple other ones. Glintstone Pebble, thank you so much for resubscribing. Yeah, I played Dark Souls 3 recently and I wanted a Dark Moonblade, but oh my god, 30 proofs of Concord kept? Yeah, it's fucking insane. God, the Dark Moon Covenant in Dark Souls 3 was rough. Yes. If Ronnie is using sleep to access the Shadowlands, she really has her fingers in everyone's pies. Her brothers, Micha, Godwyn, Raya Lucaria, and Caria. Yes, agreed, Frost. It's like, it's kind of insane how much Ronnie has gotten into shit. Like, I love that her and Rykard seem to have some kind of, like, alliance going on, and it makes me wonder... Morkborg, what? LOL, it's really good. D&D first edition? You look young for someone who's played first edition. No. I mean, like, third edition was out when I was, like, in middle school. But a lot of us still played first edition. Just because it was, like, easier to get access to. One of my really good friends, Kara, shout out Kara, used to have older brothers who were, like, I want to say, like, or has older brothers. 10 years our senior, or like a bit older than us. My brother is also quite older. He's like 13 years older than me, 12 years older than me. And so we definitely got like the older brother, like D&D inheritance, if that makes sense. Yeah, you grow up around it, 100%, 100%. But yeah, it's first edition alternatives. So there's a whole new revival happening right now of modern games that are modeled after the original loop of... Yeah, Caelid having 8 thought trains at once. Yeah, sorry, we're talking about D&D now. There's like a whole revival of modern games that were developed like in 2020 and forward that are emulating the experience of first edition, which is mainly focusing on like the slow, deliberate, scary survival dungeon crawling experience, and less about like like Sword Coast and like being out and role playing and like making really extravagant characters and acting. It's less focused on the... So I love, shout out Jabber in the chat if he's here today. I love Critical Role, and I love the Adventure Zone, and I love all of the D&D podcasts that started to pop up. But there is like this very specific kind of D&D that caters to like theater kids and character building and like really immersing yourself in the world. And then there's D&D that is like, you are going to die. It is just about trying to get through a dungeon and not fucking dying. And that is what those kind of like revivals are trying to like encompass, is that, yeah, I think an aspect of modern D&D was why I didn't like Baldur's Gate 3. I see. Just some heckin' cute good boys. It's not, I don't dislike, also, I want to say too, I don't dislike that era of D&D, but as somebody, like, I don't know, I build good characters. I love writing, I love to do it, but I've been in enough large groups where everybody is like trying to, like, sometimes you'll get in a game with like 5 or 6 people where everybody is trying to have their like character moment, and it can pull away from collaborative gameplay elements of it, and it makes it less scary. I think I'm a horror kid, and I think that's like where my brain has always been. So while I love listening to Critical Role, like I said, in Adventure Zone, I love the theater kid aspect of it. It's not me. I am more of like a person who loves to feel like I'm constantly dying. If that makes sense. Like, I want to feel scared. I want to go into a dungeon or a crypt or a tomb, or, you know, I want to go into like a zone and feel like there is something mysterious and deep and dark and threatening. I want to be afraid to open a door. Yeah, 100% waves. Find my character slapping every rock on the wall looking for traps. 100%. 100%. Girl. Oh, I'm gonna die. This electric ball is gonna kill me. Okay, wait. Not the crab. The crab's fine, but like the electric balls are... I'm so scared of those. Okay, wait. Classic Souls enjoyers. But I 100%, that is why Demon Souls and Dark Souls appealed to me, is because it evoked that feeling of old tabletop RPGs, where yes, there's a story, there's a campaign that's happening in the background, and if you want juicy lore, you can get into it if you want to, but on the surface, when you're playing the game and when you're engaging in the game loop, it's horrifying. It's fucking scary. How? Sorry, I have to cheese this. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, wait, I found it best when running horror-based tabletop RPGs. You make pre-made characters for exactly that reason. 100% Shield. So we were playing Shadow Dark not that long ago, and Shadow Dark has a website. There's like I don't know if it's if it's created by the creator, but it's a website that rolls a character sheet for you and a character concept. and it gives you your alignment, your religion, all this other stuff. And so what we would do is we would like fucking improv the stories. You didn't get a chance to plan your character. It was like, here's your character, here's your religion, here's your alignment, and you had to like make that shit work on the fly while you're trying not to die. And I feel like that felt more organic. And it felt like pick up and plays with friends, especially when your schedules get so like, when your schedules get so bogged down. Sometimes when you're getting into like a 5e campaign where everybody's like shit is so fucking fleshed out and so like planned out, it feels like homework and it feels like a job. And like, I hate it. I can't do it anymore. I think with my like, I don't know if it's like my ADHD or something, but like, I just don't get as much enjoyment out of like fully planning and designing a character like weeks before, and then like having to wait once a week to like for my 5 or 6 friends to like have their schedules align in such a way. Being an adult and doing that is really hard. It's really fucking hard. I'm also a fan of less pre-written and more emergent type storytelling in RPGs. Yeah, it just feels natural. I love D&D when the tension is at its highest. My favorite part of being a DM and putting people in uncomfortable positions and seeing how they will solve a problem. My favorite is when there's infighting in the party because it makes it interesting for everyone. I feel like too, when there's a bigger threat in dungeons, it makes for instances of infighting to happen because people will argue for their lives, quite literally. Like, people will literally be fighting for their lives. There was like an instance where we were playing Shadow Dark and there was this campaign where we were in like this kind of like supernatural eldritchy old mansion, and it was like old school eldritch. It was like there are rocks that are influencing these like the nature and like the life forms that are in this house. And like it's like it was like a weird haunted deep like Gormenghast type situation. It was like a deep ancient fear that was like influencing the life in this house. And we were like, we found these like weird catfish people, and like some of us were trying to like communicate with the catfish people and like trying to be civil, and another person was like fully wanting to light the whole thing on fire, and they did, and it caused the drama because the game is hard and like your characters can die. It's not like 5e or like some of the more modern D&D situations where there's a lot of wiggle room to escape or to survive a situation. Your characters can and will die for really dumb shit, and so it's you know. Quaylog, do you think we're going to see Bach's mom in the Shadowlands? I always assumed that we saw her dead in the Hermit Village, because that's where we get the "You're beautiful" prattling pate, whatever it's called. We get it on a dead demi-human body. She's dead. Yeah. You have to try to die in 5e, which is weird with how easily you get rocked in Baldur's Gate. Yeah, like Baldur's Gate, I feel like... So, it's weird. I kind of love Baldur's Gate, but I do feel that it falls into that... it's starting to fall into that kind of witty theater kid drama. It's like witty improv, Marvel type stuff. And I do think that there's like a time and a place for it. And I feel like for me, Baldur's Gate is that time and place for it, but it's not... If they put in like one-liners in Dark Souls or Elden Ring, I'd fucking throw myself into the sun. You know what I mean? Like, I would probably like simply just die. Baldur's Gate feels more like a dating sim with a decent RPG attached. Yeah, 100%. And like, I eat that shit up, but also... yeah, it's like not everything has to be dark and gloomy, but not everything has to be a Marvel action comic. And I think that like having different flavors, we're spoiled right now, and it's awesome, and I love it. I love it. 5e has this weird problem where it bounded huge numbers from 3.5 regarding to hit and AC, but kept ridiculous numbers for damage and health. I agree with that. You don't want Patches to tell you a knock-knock joke? No. I mean, Patches is allowed to. He's the only one that's allowed to make Marvel jokes. The new Dragon Age seems to have rebranded into that. Don't talk to me. So the Dragon Age trailer makes me like so sad. So I have such mixed feelings about it. Dragon Age has always been more like, I know that when it first came out, it was branded as like being a dark fantasy and being gory, like the blood stays on your character after you kill them. It's always been more in the vein of stylized, fun comic aesthetics. But I think that there was a sweet spot that they found in Inquisition where they were like, yes, we're doing this like comic book stylized aesthetic, but like, let's dive into mysticism. Like the tarot card art for all the different characters was phenomenal. I think that was a good balance of like kind of cheesy, corny, cartoony aesthetics and like more serious mysticism, esotericism. Like they were trying to strike a balance. And I think when you have a creative direction, going with like a dark, gritty fantasy, kind of like The Witcher, although The Witcher does have its moments of levity. Like there are jokes in The Witcher, things can be funny in The Witcher, but for the most part, it's quite dark and gritty. And Elden Ring is like even more so, I think, almost on like the stoic end of that spectrum. There's like moments of humanity and sweetness and tenderness in souls, but they almost always end in tragedy. Yeah, The Witcher's goofy as shit. Yeah, The Witcher has like a lot of levity in it, but like aesthetically, it's quite serious. But the new Dragon Age trailer, hold on, wait, can we watch it really quick? Can I show you guys something? Just really fast. I want to show you guys something really quick. Also ignore everything. Okay, ignore all my Chloe Ting videos because I love her and I work out and exercise to her. Dragon Age trailer. I just need to like talk about something really quick. Hold on, wait, let me do this. We're gonna get into like some like art direction and art production stuff, chat, so sorry you guys did this to yourself. Okay. I understand what they were trying to do here with the purple because the riffs in Dragon Age are green. They're like this bright green, and so they're trying to pick colors that really like complement each other and pop. But this font, this typeface, and the purple is Fortnite. This is Fortnite. You cannot do this to yourselves. Please don't do this. Please don't do this to yourselves. This is Fortnite. I'm really sorry. Right out the gate, I just want to say this, is that you're like, art is so like subjective and weird, and like we are at the whims of other branding and like other artistic things. And if you are using something that evokes Fortnite, it's giving Fortnite. And you can't escape that. And I understand that you were just looking internally at yourselves. You were looking at the green of the riffs. You were looking at how purple really makes the green pop. This is fucking Fortnite. Okay, anyway. So the style of Dragon Age's weapons and armor have always been more on the cartoony side. And sometimes what they'll do is it kind of seems like they're leaning more into the cartoony aesthetic, and they're making some of the weapons and the pauldrons and like the bows and the crossbows bigger. And that's kind of an aesthetic that is like reminiscent of World of Warcraft and some of the older games that had lower polys, that like larger equipment was kind of like a way to resolve the aesthetics of having like a lower poly aesthetic. But then now we're kind of getting into that like cartoony vibe. Whatever. Let's keep going. But it's so highly detailed.
This'll take more than you and me.
You can't do that. And now we're getting to like Ocean's 11 with like the name and like the archetype. This could have been done that in a way that harkened back to fantasy or esotericism or mysticism. They had that in Inquisition with the tarot cards. Having a tarot card with like the Scout, having some kind of like high fantasy mystical Western aesthetic, as opposed to this like Fortnite font with like the brush stroke. I don't understand what this serves artistically or what this has to do with the Dragon Age setting, period. This doesn't even look like a comic book thing. This is like fully out of pocket, something else. And it doesn't go with what I'm seeing in the background. So anyway.
What are you thinking?
We need someone to be our eyes and ears in the shadows.
Like, some of this shit, while cartoony, is fine. It's fine, but it's like... Anyway, I am excited about this character. The detective. Love detectives. Already interested in her. I want to know more about her. Cool. I love her shoes.
And someone to bring a little darkness to the daylight.
So this is the point in the trailer where I started to realize the song choice. Please listen to this Imagine Dragons ass song that's playing in the background.
We're going into the Fade, aren't we?
And digging up a lot of buried secrets.
What about Darkspawn?
Yeah. Someone who will stand between us and a pack of demons.
You know there will be dragons.
Right. We'll need someone with fire in their blood. One more thing. This crew needs a leader. Someone we can count on. Someone that the world can count on. But where are we gonna find her?
I'm sorry, I can't even finish this. I cannot finish this. I cannot finish this. Like, the music doesn't fit, the logos don't fit. I don't understand, where did they find these vibes? What hole did they dig them out of? If they wanted their high fantasy RPG to not be like a deep, dark, gritty, dark fantasy, if they wanted to break the mold and go more in that like fun, like, have y'all seen the new D&D movie, like the newer one? Like, that one was more in line of, oh wait, definitely share the in-game footage when you're done.
Never met. If she says she's got a lead on Solas,
Sorry, I haven't seen this yet.
I believe her.
Should we be in more of a hurry to get out of here?
We don't want to look conspicuous. Just get out of here nice and casual. Find Nev Gallus and stop Solas. She's the best damn detective I've ever met. If she says she's got a lead on Solas, I believe her.
So like, if you, sorry. Sorry, hold on. I didn't mean to leave you guys out. Okay.
She's the best damn detective I've ever met. If she says she's got a lead on Solus, I believe her.
Should we be in more of a hurry to get out of here?
We don't want to look conspicuous. Just get out of here nice and casual. Find Gallus and stop Solus. She's the best damn...
My guess is it was a marketing trailer from the previous iteration that they repurposed for this. The trailer came out like yesterday though. So it's not like an older trailer. Did the other games look so much like WoW? So Dragon Age Origins didn't, but as soon as they kind of nailed their aesthetics for Dragon Age 2 that has then carried through the rest of the game. And it does take on that more cartoony World of Warcraft look. They decided to go that route with it, I think because it was getting compared. I actually don't know what the design choice was for them. Like if they just got a particular artist that they really liked and that was the vibe, or if there was a producer or somebody that felt like they wanted to make it a little bit more approachable for like younger adults and like teenagers. If like the vibe was to be more Marvel or to be more like fun. I don't know. Like I can't speak internally for what their design choice was. But like The Witcher and like Elden Ring have kind of darker or grittier aesthetics and they're doing better. So it doesn't seem like the motivation is more money. It seems like there was just yeah, Dragon Age Origins had a pretty poor art style. It was carried over extremely hard by the narrative. 100%. I agree with that, Reapy Soul. I do think that, like, while I do not like the aesthetic that they chose, I do think that the aesthetic that they chose is more cohesive. 100%. Origins kind of felt like a weird hodgepodge of things. Like, it was like trying to pick up where Baldur's Gate left off, because there was a really big hole in the industry for kind of like darker fantasies that are like dialogue driven, and so that's what they were trying to step up on. But yeah, Origins was Baldur's Gate 3 before Baldur's Gate 3, 100%. Like, we didn't think Baldur's Gate 3 was ever going to get made, and so Origins was like really trying to take the reins. Origins looked like a generic medieval fantasy. I don't know. There's parts of it that did. There's parts of it that looked really low fantasy, because we were in a setting that was like literally out in like the fields and the swamps. But then some of the mage stuff, I don't know what the fuck they thought they were doing with like some of the mage robes and some of the high fantasy, like the mystical aesthetics. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking. I don't know what they were thinking, to be honest. To be fair, I feel like every medieval fantasy game at the time looked like ass. Demon Souls came out during that time, so I don't know. No. Okay, no, Waves. The Witcher 2 was like, for the time when it came out, was cooking. But I think everything is so derivative of The Witcher now that when we look back at it, we're like grossed out by it, because everybody tried to riff off of The Witcher 2 when it came out. 100%. What were they cooking? We just don't know. Oblivion graphics surpassed all, and you know it's true. Get out of here. Demon Souls had a bit of late 2000s piss filter disease, to be honest. I mean, like, the piss filter disease is what it is, but like the actual aesthetics of the armor and the weapons, I loved. It looked washed out because it had the bloom. Everything back then was like gray and green and brown and like bloom. But I do think that the aesthetics of the weapons and the armor were like peak. Witcher 2 wasn't that popular. It wasn't like as big of a brand name as Dragon Age, but like it was quite popular. Witcher 2 was when like it really started to, obviously Witcher 3 is the one that everybody knows, but Witcher 2 was like definitely a step up in terms of like giving people kind of what they wanted. And then it really allowed them to get the footwork for The Witcher 3. 2 was quite incredible when it came out. Bloom and motion blur are probably the two most overused visual effects. Yeah. I could live in the original Demon's Souls color palette. I think that like I'm only nostalgic for that color palette because of Nier and because of Resonance of Fate. There are like 3 games that color palette like but yeah, I love how Demon's Souls has its own unique identity alongside Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring. Same. It's definitely a little bit more low fantasy than some of the other ones, for sure. Like, which I love. I love me some low fantasy. Put me so low that I'm in the dirt. Have the rocks speak to me. I mentioned Gormenghast before, and like, I'll mention it again. I love the dirt and the grime and the dark castles and the feudal lords and the... Huh? What order should I play Nier? That's like a loaded question. If you were somebody that can overlook poor battle systems and focus on the narrative, I would say play the new Replicant first, and then play Automata, and then watch videos of Reincarnation because it's a mobile game and it's not accessible to everybody. But if you really can't deal with like repetitive gameplay and like walking back and forth multiple times, just play Automata and watch videos of Replicant. Oh yeah, Lost Odyssey also had that aesthetic for sure. The bloom and motion blur aesthetic, 100%. Okay, wait, where are we at with the torches? Gormenghast is so good, I want to be a Bright Carver. Yes, right? Where's my Bright Carver character class? That's actually one of the reasons why I like Vermis so much, is that like some of the... For those of you that don't know, Vermis is like an art project that's like a game guidebook for like a fake game that doesn't exist. But some of the character classes that you can start off with are just so weird and atypical. Like it's not like a, you know, knight, wizard. It's like weird shit that you've never heard of before. Yeah, Plastaboo. Yeah, we love Plastaboo in this house. We love Vermis. But yeah, I love the atypical gods and classes and aesthetics in Vermis very much. Yeah, the Mad Prickler. Yeah. Plastaboo is literally my favorite artist. Oh wait, a guide for a non-existent game. Is Vermis a thing or a person? It's a book series. I can actually go grab it. Hold on. It's like right behind me. I'll show you guys. Hold on. Give me 1 sec. Hold on. Hello. About Vermis. I think it really...
Oh, okay. A weird one.
Good one. We're talking about like atypical classes or like design philosophy, like
Yeah.
Talking about person. Okay. So it looks like this. They quite literally look like old kind of like D&D or like video game guides. And then there is a stat, like this is a stat page. Or sorry, state page. So these are like the infliction, the status effects you can get. Hold on, let me do this. Status effect page. And then let me get the... Yeah, here we go. These are the different classes. So it's not quite like, you know, knight, wizard. It's like weird, different things. Yeah, it's 100% a great, oh yeah, Ratman. Ratman is one of them. One of the starting classes. And then, oh, here, these are like it's like the character pages with like the starting items too. I love Stone Scholar. This is very Gormenghast. This is very Bright Carvers. Merc Sage is awesome. But hold on, wait. I was trying to find, there's like a gods page too. Because typically in like D&D and some other games, there's typically like a god page for like, if you pick the cleric class, you can like pick which, you know, deity that you worship. But I fucking love the gods page. These are the known gods. Dorvis. Marco. I love the gods page. And then there's like locations. And yeah, locations and enemy types in the locations. It's just such a good idea. It's sick. It's sick. I've been, so like, me and Waves have been going back and forth on like making a game or like doing something. And if we can't like actually get to the point where we're like programming a game, at the very least we're going to release some kind of like game guide and soundtrack for a game that doesn't exist. At the very least, it's something I want to do. Okay, so now we're done talking about all the Dragon Age shit. Who up? Worshipping named Murgo. Yes, please do. That would be so cool. 100% interested. Yes, more Fate games. I would love to see how much lore you can put in a game. Yeah, I would love to do that. I would love to do like a lore book. I know that, so like, you know how Vati and like Smoketown and everybody, they put out lore books for like Soulsborne games. I definitely want to put out a lore book that's like as robust as that, but for something that doesn't exist. Dude, that's the kind of world building for its own sake that I loved doing as a kid, albeit mine was way less cool and fucked up. I know, right? I want to do it. I want to get on it. Will the project be discussed in a member Discord or something? I would contribute. I mean, I can start talking about it in the chat. So a book. Well, I mean, like, it's a book, but like, it's specifically in the style of like the lore books that a lot of folks are putting out for Dark Souls. What is the name of the specimen next to your camera? Don't worry about him. He's doing his own thing. Well, you'd have a lot more freedom writing for a non-existent IP. No prior creative constraints. 100% spy, right? Also, I would be responsible for all my own art assets, so there would be no complications with that too. Is there something next to the camera? No. There's literally nothing next to my camera. There's literally nothing next to my camera, you guys. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Is the specimen single? Zero insight confirmed. Making up shit rules actually make stuff that doesn't exist. Yeah, 100%. We're just gonna get the wolves. Fuck it, we ball. I've been really lazy with doing Spirit Ashes and like upgrading them and actually playing the video game like I'm supposed to be. Oh, I forgot that there's a lock on for that. Okay. I'm a dumbass. Hello, it's me. Oh, I rolled too soon that time. Thank you for the subscription. got this. This is gonna be fine. I'm locked onto the body, which is a mistake. I like broke the #1 rule. Like it's okay. There's a 1, 2, 3 hit combo. I broke the #1 rule of fighting large bosses, which is never lock onto them. That's a trap. I was gonna say, why haven't I staggered this man? Okay. Love to get ancestral follower ashes. All right, let's keep moving. We've been kind of distracted this whole stream, so thank you guys. I'm so glad Cabela makes good game nowadays. I just realized too that I don't have my any like helmet on, which is probably why I'm taking a little bit more damage. I'm being a fool. Okay. Congrats, but feels bad to be honest. So true. Oh, Coops. Let's go do... Oh. Let's go do the jail. The jail tunnel. I'll help with the animation in your game. I'd be happy to offer help. Hell yeah, hungry boy. If we ever get this shit together and make like a little game system, I'll hit you up for sure. Caelid, why is Destined Death red but the Glowmite Queen is purple? Is there supposed to be blue death anywhere? I have a video on it, and I think Hawkshaw also talked about it in their colors video, maybe? I think, maybe? But there's like blue associated with death as well. But there's also Ghost Flame, which was originally supposed to be purple. And I think there's like a little bit of a hint as to like there being the death of the body and the death of the soul, which is why there's like, sorry, hold on. There's a lot of red death and blue death. You can get the Crimson Dagger and the Cerulean Dagger. You can get a lot of like the blue talismans and the red talismans. So there's this idea of like a bodily death and a spiritual death, which we also see with like Godwyn and Ronnie. And I kind of wonder if because Ghost Flame is purple, it's like the combination of red and blue. I think the Glowmite Queen and the color of purple also kind of like encapsulates this idea of between dawn and dusk, or between two things. I don't know. There's a lot going on there. Why is Destined Death red then? Because Destined Death has changed in nature. It's like, it's changed a little bit. Things have changed. The Rune of Destined Death was plucked out of the Elden Ring. And there's like a bunch of other... Yeah, Malekith's attacks used to be purple in Elden Ring 1.0. Yes, that is also true. Death as a concept has changed. I think I have the Fia debuff active. I probably do, but I'm built different, so it's not a big deal. I'm kidding. It really, you know, it is what it is. Sometimes we forget that we touched a woman, and that's okay. Sometimes we're better off for it. I have no idea where I am. Yeah, I think that red death as a concept is death of the physical body and like killing the physical body, killing the physical material, and then Blue Death is like killing the spirit. And I think in order to die a true death, you need to experience both kinds of death. But I think because Marika kind of like mucked up death, that like the whole concept is just kind of a mess right now. But I know that we'll probably get some answers in the DLC, which will be rad. Quaylog, can I check your pronouns real quick? You don't have an answer. You don't have to answer, obviously. Yeah, I'm cool with, to be like quite honest, I'm cool with anything. I'm a very fluid agender individual, and I kind of like bounce around a lot. I feel different in a lot of ways, depending on where I am and who I'm with and what partner I'm dating, and it's complicated, and so I don't talk about it. And I don't expect... I feel like use whatever makes you feel comfortable. If you want to use she, her, that's totally okay. If that's how you see me, that's totally okay. I don't really feel attachment to anything. I'm agender. Yeah, I'll definitely... Cosmos, I am not talking about spoilers in the chat. I am definitely... Yeah, pronouns are ya boy. Yeah. And this isn't... I also don't want to make light of pronouns either. I know pronouns are incredibly important for certain folks. But for me, I'm much more loose. I'm much more fluid, much more loose. So, yeah, gamer pronouns. There are times when I feel more comfortable in my, like, masculine aspects than most men do. Than most men are, sorry. And it's a nightmare. Agenders unite. Liquid Quay, 100%. I would be, if I were something in the Elden Ring universe, I would be a mimic tier for sure. 100%, 100%. Marika and Radagon pilled. 100%. What is Burpo's gender identity? I can't believe Quaylog is Radagon. If there's gender fluid, where's gender gas and plasma? Yeah, right. I talked about it before on stream, but there's like the lore in Lord of the Rings where dwarves have their like special dwarven name, their secret name that only their family members know. And like I feel that way with my gender identity, where like it's literally nobody's business except for my partner. So you can refer to me as anything, and it doesn't bother me because like I feel like it's kind of like a special little thing that just gets to exist with me and the person that I'm dating. But you will not offend me by calling me anything, so I'm good. I'm also just like gonna ignore all these boys and get my crafting materials and just go chill. Is Cooper's first name Dale? Yes. His full name is Special Agent Dale Cooper. Okay. I went the wrong way. Phenomenal. Yeah. Is the purple gone because the rune was removed? I always assumed that. So if you read the grave violet description, it says that grave violets are commonly used with like things associated with death because violet was the original color of Ghost Flame. And Ghost Flame, despite the fact that Ghost Flame and Black Flame are different, they are associated with death. Like, they're both associated with death, and they both kind of have association with death birds, but in different ways, and with like necromancers and stuff. So there's different flames, there's different kinds of death, but it seems like one of the flames, which is Ghost Flame, is associated with fucking purple. Sorry. I'm like, I've totally forgot to open up the shortcut. I'm gonna die here. I'm gonna die here. Okay. Yes, bitch, yes. Okay. Shit. Fuck. Okay, yes. Okay, good. Ooh. I'm not. Oh my god. Damn it. Literally him walking. This was 2 audience questions I asked him. Oh, are we talking about the Twin Peaks showing? Hold on. I asked him if there was a piece of direction Lynch gave him during the filming that penetrated a performance, and he gave a 5-minute response about David's style of working and the vibe on set. It was immaculate. Yes. Or not the David Lynch. It was a... Yeah, the additional comment above. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me scroll back. Since Twin Peaks has been invoked, I have to say Friday night screening of Fire Walk with Me was a much needed reminder of why I left everything behind to live in Los Angeles. Ray Wise singing Mairzy Dote's first sold out crowd after a standing ovation was a lifetime moment. Yeah, that is a that is like, I know Southern California and LA can be rough for a lot of reasons, but there are people who live there that just like genuinely live and breathe and love for the art. And Ray Wise is one of those people. David Lynch is one of those people. 1000%. And I'm like I'm so envious that you got to experience that. Ow. Are you winning, Quay? We're hanging in there. We almost won.
Oh, the esteemed warrior. Where did you spring from? This was supposed to be a dead end. What's going on here? The door from thin. Well, stranger things. Oh, the esteemed. This was supposed. What's going on here? Well,
Okay.
gosh,
Sorry.
that dead end had me rather stumped.
Yeah, so
Time of the festival. Doesn't the
Alexander stops here on his way to the Radon Festival, for those of you that didn't know that. He goes through the jail to get down from kind of the lower Caelid area down to like the higher Caelid area down to the lower Caelid. And on his way through, he gets stuck at this door and like you let him through. I actually don't know. Can you summon him here? Can you summon him for this fight? I actually have no clue. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. No, you can't. Oh, I wish you could. That would be cute. Alright, I'm gonna do this. Oil pot or rancor pot? Rancor pot. Okay. Oop. Can you not summon? Okay, you can't summon here. Okay. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Let me finish this man. Oh, I rolled too fast. God. That one I wasn't ready for some reason. Here we go. Do. Cool. Cool. Let's get the fuck out of here. Let's get the fuck out of here. Wait, what is Wave saying? Excuse me. Oh, I used the co-op item. I'm a dumbass. Quay, are you a Zelda fan? Yes! So for members and for Twitch subscribers, they get like a special Majora's Mask, depending on how long they've been subbed to me. And Majora's Mask, I would say my favorite Zeldas are Majora's Mask, Link's Awakening, and yeah. I love Wind Waker too. I have a soft spot for Wind Waker and what was the DS one? Oh yeah, I played Tears of the Kingdom on stream last year, yeah. Wait, what did Wave say? I like keep looking for the comment that apparently made chat explode for 5 seconds. What the fuck did Wave say? Did they get banned? How can he not get through the door? I missed it. Waves' work. Yes, I banned Waves. I banned Waves for being a worm. I asked chat if they would let me mod them if they would let me mod them if I was a worm. Majora's Mask and Link's Awakening are the sad Zeldas. But they're like mysterious and dreamy too. We're gonna go just hang out in Caelid today for the stream, I guess. I think that's the vibe. Every Zelda can be a sad Zelda if you believe. It's true. I feel like there were parts in Ocarina of Time that were very sad. Like, I remember when I was growing up, the fact that sorry if I mispronounce her name because I learned how to pronounce everything incorrectly when I was growing up. Saria? When Saria leaves to go become like the Sage of the Forest, that made me like very sad. Every Zelda is sad. Ganon loses all the time. True. Oh shit. I wasn't ready to hang out. I also just called her Sarah growing up. Soria is how I say it. See, that's the thing about not having voice acting for those games back then, is all of us were just like 7 years old, freeballing it. And I was like a special 7-year-old with dyslexia, so like I fully was like making shit up. Like, I have talked about this before, but I used to call the Deku tree the Dooku tree. The Great Dooku tree. That was not a Star Wars thing. That was not Star Wars yet. I didn't see Star Wars yet. Star Wars... I didn't know the Dookie tree, nice. I love not having voice acting for Zelda, or for the Zelda games, yeah. Half the kids in my class called the Deku tree at that. It wasn't just you. Yeah, I mean, like, my best friend who I played all of those games with, we played Final Fantasy together, we played Zelda together, we all said those things wrong. I love these boys. The more that we fight them, the more that I do see the horn scent similarities between them. What the fuck? What? I still say Bahamut in Final Fantasy, so yeah, weird feet. Potato feet. Roots. Their toes are roots. They're grippers for sure. They're grippies. Shield thine eyes. For free? Yeah, it was for free for chat. Go in for a sniff. I don't even know if it's like really worth fighting this right now, but we're gonna try it. We're gonna try it. We're a little baby, but we're gonna try it. Oh! No. I got stun locked. I got stun locked. You got this. You got it. Okay, we'll do it again. Oh shit, I meant to throw a pot for that. I'm stuck. I'm stuck on the roots. Oh, I thought I was like just sideways enough for that diagonal. Ugh. Run away, run away, run away, run away from the rot. We did it. Okay, cool. Nice. Cool. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. GG first try. The puppers. I know, the puppers are always... This seems like a bad idea to do while I have 18,000 souls. I feel like I'm gonna slide right off. Okay, there we go. Hey, we did it! Look at that! Look at that boy! Love that little boy. Okay. Be very careful. Do not slide. Do not slide. Okay. I love that the golems with like the magic arrows are so sick. So cool, so cool. What the fuck? I didn't know about that one. Oh yeah. It'd be so funny if the golem archer aggroed. Yeah, well, I'm like getting the pot. Isn't there a oh yeah, here we go. I was gonna say, isn't there a catacomb here? Yeah. The Great Jar is so imposing. I wish I was him. I need more Golem content. Me too. I need Golem and Great Pot content. I hate this catacomb. I don't even remember which one it is. I'm scared about it. I kind of like where we're at with our loadout. Okay. You know what? Group passwords. Yes, there is a group password for this community. I just realized I might not have it. Oh no, I do have it on this one. The group password is Quaylog, all lowercase. And we have it for PvP days too. It's the double watchdog boss. Oh, damn. I don't have like many good spirit ashes right now. I feel like maybe Aurelia would be better. Whatever the fuck I have going on. I need to order lunch. It's already 1:25. I've been pretty, like, I do not order out typically. But today is a special day because I want to treat my partner because they finished their tour. and I get to have them home for a little bit. I'm very excited. And I want to get them a special treat. So give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Really fast. Really fast, you guys. Give me like 3 minutes. Okay, we're back. I got spicy. There's a lot of Korean fried chicken places in the area that I live. But there's one that has hold on one sec. Sorry, I'm like trying to remember what input I was using. Gulp gulps. Yeah, sorry, I got water. There's a place that has gochujang chicken sandwiches. So it's like that nice drinkable spicy fried chicken. No, it's like that sweet and spicy chicken sandwich. That's very good. With the cheddar cheese fries. Gochujang chicken sammy. Yeah, and it has a little bit of cabbage on it. Keep it a little fresh. But it's the sandwich that I ate when I was having a meltdown when we watched the Game Awards. I don't know if you guys remember that. I was like crying, I was hysterical, I was angry, I was pissed off, and then a German spy sent me money to get my gochujang chicken sandwich. And I was like, it definitely made my night. I remember that, and you weren't that bad. I was pretty mad. I normally am not the type that is ever like, I hate X, Y, and Z person. Like, I don't ever want to like... I think, like, holding creators accountable is a thing that people should do, but I don't think harassment is okay because, like, we don't always know... We don't always have every piece of information, and so I am, like, very careful to not jump the gun when it comes to, like, harassing people. I, you know, would never be like, fuck Jeff Keighley live on air, but, like, absolutely I would. So it's like a whole thing. Wait, why were you mad? That was the year and, like, the Game Awards where Astarion's voice actor got, like, pushed off the stage, and, like, Miyazaki and From Software won Best Action Game, but, like, didn't get to go on stage to talk. Yeah, there was, like, that big sign that said, please wrap it up. I know that that's normal. That's actually quite normal for awards show productions, but the issue with it is that it was visible to the crowd, and that there was a prioritization of commercials over actually celebrating the, like, Game Awards winners, which was really rough. But Kojima got 15 minutes, yeah. There's, like, a very clear prioritization where it was just one long commercial, and then the actual, like, attendees and the, like, people who were accepting awards got, like, jack shit. They were playing people off maybe 15 seconds into their speech, yes. Yeah, that was last year. Yeah, it was rough. It was rough. And so, yeah, I was really upset because I was very excited to hear Sam Lake talk. I was very excited to hear Miyazaki talk. I was very excited. There were so many fucking good games. So there was that degree of excitement that I had to celebrate the people that had worked so hard. But I think also, too, there was a layer of it that was really depressing because I was laid off from the game industry, but layoffs were continuing to happen during that time, too. And they've continued to happen. Like, it's not stopped. So it was, like, kind of surreal that we were having this, like, Game Awards ceremony, and, like, Ben Starr actually had this interview that, like, made me feel seen, where he was saying it seems interesting that we're having this Game Awards show, but, like, the people that we should be celebrating have lost their jobs. Like, it just seems interesting. It was a very frustrating Game Awards, yeah. We were going through a lot. I'd also, like, didn't I just get laid off? Oh, you missed the new game Ben Starr is leading in yesterday. I've been seeing him repost it. Ben Starr is so real, love him. He really is. He's, like, a genuinely good person. I got to meet him. I've talked about this before, but we got to meet him last PAX along with Koji Fox, and we got to like sit down and have drinks. And by have drinks, I mean I downed like 500 sodas while Ben and everybody else had like really nice drinks. Because that's what you do when you're sober. Is you go to the function and you drink tons of caffeine and sugar. And it really helps your anxiety. Oh wait, sorry, seriously, why were the Game Awards licking Hollywood's ass? They're not part of the gaming culture, they're Hollywood actors, not even voice actors. Why is Chalamet part of the Game Awards? Because they're trying to appeal... we had like this whole conversation pretty recently. I feel like sorry, hold up. I'm like making sure that I have my DoorDash visible so that way when my food gets here I can go run down. I could go scurry and get it. Okay. Damn. I mean, that's fair. Okay. Anyway, Timothy Chalamet used to at least mod Xbox controllers, so he has some cred. He does. He was a video game boy before he was a actor. Timothy Charlemagne. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. He was a content creator. He was a YouTuber. He was an Xbox YouTuber. But yeah, like the point of appealing to like the larger cinema Hollywood appeal is because there's a movement of people that are trying to get credibility in the eyes of Hollywood to make... Oh wait, is there an invisible wall here? Is that what it is? To make... I'm hitting it at the wrong time. To make it seem like video games are a credible art medium, which they are. But I think that the attitude surrounding it is like, oh, we're going down, that's right. I'd rather have the gaming industry be its own personality with its own celebrities. Trying to flirt with Hollywood is only going to have a bad long-term effect. Yeah, I think it's interesting, right? And this is something else that I talked about, is that I feel like there is room in gaming for games that like cinema, or games that games that behave like cinema. I think that appeals to some folks, and I think that there's like, as technology's been advancing, it's been getting a lot better because we're moving away from like huge chunks of unplayable game to like playable game experiences that feel like they have a cinematic direction, like a cinematic narrative, which is cool. But we had a whole stream dedicated to the ways in which it can be like kind of invasive or intrusive to like the game design itself, because obviously the Metal Gear Solid 4 discourse cutting away from gameplay to show like several hour-long trailers like what am I saying? Cinematics, sorry. Cinematic sequences can be like disruptive to the actual like game flow. And so it kind of like removes the purpose of them. But I think that there is like a space. There's always room for every type of art in like in a medium, right? But I think that there's like definitely a solid case for ways in which you can incorporate cinema in like a good and entertaining way. I think Alan Wake 2 especially does it in an incredible way. Alan Wake 2 is a new type of medium that Sam Lake is like actively referencing pieces of media that have influenced him and inspired him as a game director. So he references comic books, he references books, he references movies, and he's able to like pay homage to them and portray them in his game in a way that's not disruptive to the player. or takes the player out of like the flow of the game. Control was very good at that. I think Alan Wake 2, Alan Wake's like song and dance number was so creative, like incorporating the way in which like you progress through that segment and how the song that's playing has different phases that gets triggered based on like where you're at. It's very unique. And it's something that can only be done in games. And I think that that's what, like, you can put a movie in a movie. That's what movies are for. But like, you can only do that kind of a sequence or like a segment in a game. That's how you know that it's like special and unique to the medium, is like that's something that you can only achieve in gaming. But do I think that like we should remove cinematic moments from games? No. I loved Final Fantasy. Like when I was playing Final Fantasy growing up, the whole treat or the reward that I was looking forward to was the cinematics that you'd unlock, like as you progress through the story. I was like a slave to Final Fantasy X and X-2 to get the little nuggets of, like, give me another music video, give me another Utada Hikaru, I butchered her name, give me another song. You know, but like it is a fucking nightmare at the same time. Ow. Ow. I forgot he has the downward slappy. I wonder... Dead Space is amazing. Been meaning to... Oh yeah, Dead Space 1 was definitely like another game that emulated cinema in a way that I felt like was not disruptive and actually like enhanced the experience. For sure, 100%. What boys do I have? Ow. Ow. I might come back to this one. I'm gonna come back to this one. Crystal darts make this boss fight hilarious. I don't think I have them yet. I'll come back when I have crystal darts. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, my food is on its way. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Oh, wait. Hey, I do. What do you know? Okay, cool. Let's just do it. Let's just do it to it. Okay. Fuck it, we ball. I don't even care about this boss fight. The lock-on on that attack is so stupid. Or the tracking or whatever. Whatever the fuck. Okay, cool. We win! Huh? Crystal darts do that? Yeah, crystal darts are... Wait, I did not know about the crystal dart strat. Yeah, crystal darts make golem-type entities attack each other. But you have to, like... Something I didn't know about them is it's a build-up status effect. And you have to throw multiple darts at a single entity. It's not just, like, one dart. Because I thought it was like the Shaman Blade from Bloodborne, where you just hit it one time and you're good to go. But, it's like a multi-hit thing. Yeah, they work on giant golems. Yes, they do. Vati was having me try to, like, do it to the abnormal stone clusters by the jails, but, like, it kills them too quickly to see if it, like, works. It gives them the status effect going nutty. It does. 100%. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep doing a... Also check your notifications. Yeah. What notifications? I'm currently checking Discord. What notifications? You're gonna need to... Hey, Koilog, in your opinion, do you see Miquella's Needle as having another use in the DLC? I'm worried if I go Frenzied Flame route, I might lock myself out of content later on if I dispel the curse. Stream notifications. Do I gotta go into Twitch? Is it via Twitch or is it via... Sorry, hold on one sec. I don't know if it was sent through YouTube or Twitch. Twitch, I sent a small donation. Thank you so much, Spy. I don't know why my shit is broken. Yeah, it's not even showing me that under my... But I trust and believe. Thank you so much. Also, thank you, Cosm, for giving out community subs, and Legibit, thank you so much. Yeah, the alert's been borked for like a hot minute. Ever since I moved over from Stream Elements, it's been fucked. But I need to go in and fix it. Thank you so much, Spy. That means a lot. Yeah, sorry for the confusion. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Thank you so much. This is my formal petition to bring back the frenzied meter overlay for the DLC. Yeah, 100%. I know the Crystallians are made after Jewish golems, but it's kind of funny how they have Dora the Explorer hair. Yeah. Long ago, it is said a golem crafter employed a similar crystal tool. Yeah, I'm so curious to see if we're... So, like, one of the things... And this obviously isn't spoilers because I actually have no clue if this is going to be a piece of the DLC or not. But one of the things that I would love to see in the DLC is representation of the crystal dart lore, but then also, like, the lore of the golem maker. I would love to see it. Can I sneak past these boys? Do they care? Do they even know I'm here? Oh, wait. Okay. Oh. Our food's gonna be here soon. Hi.
Just tell me when it's here, I'll go get it.
Okay. Wait, come back.
Sneaking away with the trees.
You're sneaking away with your Pop-Tart?
Don't tell anyone about that.
I won't.
How much oil and saturated fat.
Yes.
Cooper, man. You streaming right now?
Yeah, I'm streaming right now.
They can see me looking at these dogs.
Yeah, we're hanging out with the dogs. I was wondering if they would be able to see me, and I'm trying to get to that carriage.
You should equip your gun.
Okay.
Huh?
Yeah.
Scariest design ever.
I
honestly.
love these boys so much.
I do not love them.
I love them. I love the one that Gowry has that has the collar on.
Gowry's the shrimp, right?
Yeah. He's shrimp dad.
Has a collar?
Yeah, there's like a big dog T-Rex that hangs out outside of his cabin that has a collar. It's Gowry's boy.
See, you know this stuff. I don't know this stuff. What I know.
That's like the important lore. That's imperative to the story.
What I know is that Gowry's a shrimp man.
Yeah, he's a shrimp. He's a shrimp boy. Yeah, it's true.
This took the longest bath ever because I was trying to.
Oh, somebody said Elden Ring cinematic intro voice, saturated fat.
Yeah, I can. They should hear my Dark Souls intro.
Wait. Oh, yeah, that's...
Souls 3.
Dark Souls, oh, okay. Oh, no, he's... he sees me. He does, in fact, see me. I thought I was being sneaky. I don't know. I think they're cute. They look like pit bulls. They got, like, big pit bull head. They got big pit bull head, and I feel like they would be an affectionate cinder block. I don't know. I'm built different. These dogs would be my friend if they met me in real life. I'm built different. I'd be like a Disney princess to these boys. They look like mammalian T-Rex and it's distressing. I mean, yeah, they're definitely dinosaurs. I love them. I don't know. I think that the enemy designer cooked with these and the crows. I think that they're horrifying and I don't like running into them, but like aesthetically, it reminds me of some of the weird shit you'd see on Magic the Gathering cards, and I love that. Pit bulls are adorable. They are. They have like big goofy heads. They're like cinder blocks. They're like cuddly cinder blocks for sure. They're like the paleo art meme, but with dogs, yeah. Scooby-Doo. Yeah, they kind of do got. Pit bulls are just fucking babies. They are. They're big round babies. My pit bull used to do this thing. So this was one of my old dogs. She used to do this thing where we would lay in bed and she would put her toes underneath me. I'm assuming to like keep them warm, but she would slowly like, her legs were kind of like a spatula and she would slowly like lift me off the bed and like push me off. Like, she would kind of, like, wiggle her toes underneath me and just be like... like, fucking get off. It was great. What is that weapon? It's the anchor that you get in Morn Tunnel during Weeping Peninsula. I use it as, like, an early strength weapon. If you are just trying to blast through, like, the first chunk of the game, like Limbgrave, and you need a good two-handed strength weapon... I definitely recommend the anchor. You can make this thing hit like a truck. And it's really good. It's got decent stagger, so it's just like a good... It's got a good downward R2. It's great. I love it. My pit bull purrs like a cat when he's getting petted. That's adorable. What? Okay. Be wary of pear. I forget what's down here. Oh. Oh shit. Nope, 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 nope. That was just a bad attempt. That was just, it's time for the Pumpkin Brothers. Is the Rusted Anchor better for early game than the Greatsword? Do I have this thing? I have this +5. I don't know. It's just, I just like hit up Weeping Peninsula before I hit up Caelid. It's a Colossal Sword. What is the anchor? Great Axe. I don't know. Try the Crystal Dart strat. No, they're not golems. Gotta get you the Pumpkin Dart. Well, 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 if it ain't the Blowjob Brothers. Also, thank you for whoever just subscribed or donated. Thank you so much. I got very distracted by that comment. That was a good one. Where am I? Where is this boy? Okay. Time for Torrent in that fight. Oh yeah, I forgot that. Can't you ride Torrent in there? Yeah, you can. I forgot. Isn't this the weird one? Yeah, Torrent can be ridden in this fight. So true, bestie. This is just goofy as hell. Okay. Burpo is a scaredy cat. Yeah. Oh. Shit. Okay. Big Cooper snore. I'm so excited for my fucking chicken sandwich, y'all. You don't even understand. Ugh. I need more pots too. I just need to go full like cheese on this fight. So goofy. Who decided at FromSoft like, yeah, give him Torrent for this one. Fuck it. Who decided that was a good idea? Algenu said fuck stamina management. Yeah. Whatever, it's fine. Ooh, you guys, my food is here. Okay, so I'm gonna go run and get it, and I'm gonna go eat. So I'm gonna be AFK for like give me like 15 minutes. Give me 15 minutes, and we'll be back. We'll be back. Hell yeah. All right. Be right back. I'm coming back, like, just really quick to show you guys something. Okay, sandwich. Half-eaten sandwich. So good. It's like the right amount of sweet and spicy. It's very good. Cheese fries. Needless to say, I'm gonna be hitting up the gym like pretty hard today. We're making up for it. This is my like cheat meal for the week because I've been eating like very good and getting back on like my exercise game and my running game. Ah, it's so good. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm almost done. All right. I'm back. I don't have any more Cooper's like doing his death root thing. Feed it to me. I thought I had a burp happening and it didn't. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, y'all. I'm dying. I'm dying right now. I ate too much too fast. Okay, wait. We're talking about plants? We talking about plants? I have so many plants. What's going on? Give it to me, that thing, your dank sandwich. Yeah. Cooper's pissed because I only gave him one little French fry. I'm in such a good mood now. You guys don't understand. Like, I try, and I know that, like, there's those of you out in the chat that can probably relate. I know that, like, obviously eating disorders are really rough, and trying to find, like, a healthy balance between nutrition and eating what you want and working out and, like, staying in shape and not giving into the urge to, like, not eat and, like, enjoy yourself and just be happy. Like, food is such a source of, like, happiness and comfort for me. And I definitely, like, don't ever want to get into the space where, like, I'm depriving myself of stuff. But I also try to have discipline. It's hard. Food fucking rules. Food rules, period. I just choose to be gluttonous. Yeah. Food rules. Like, it's like a cultural touch point. It's like, there's just, food is just fucking, like, one of my reasons to be alive. Not gonna lie. Humanity is beautiful because of the culinary arts. Humanity is worth it because of the culinary arts. This is what Dungeon Mushy is all about. 100%. 100%. Hot take, food is good, yeah. Food and shelter is what religions are made of at the core. It's true. 100%. 100%, it's true. It's about food. You gotta eat. Omega-3 proteins. Dude, oh my god, is it Miss K? Miss K? Sorry if I'm misremembering her name. She's like... I never skip any of her videos. She's the best. It's so funny because, like, to somebody that don't understand the context for that video sounds like fucking insane. LOL, dunno. But she's talking about, like, when you're on estrogen, like, when you gain fat and you eat and you, like, actually listen to your body, it works out. It benefits trans women to eat. She's the best. But, like, I think without the context of that, it just seems like she's just going off about fucking nothing, and it's really good. Do a rant on Ronnie and Doll Ussy. She doesn't have one. We literally have seen the doll naked. She literally has twine, like scratchy, itchy twine making up her core. I love the food bank. Yeah, I love the food bank. Oh man, I would propagate Bakaburner. I did what are they called? Turkey heads? The little like the succulents that kind of look like flowers. And when they like bloom, they turn into like little palm trees and they drop all their things. And then you just like spritz them with water and they become their own plants. It's sick. Slight tangent, but is there any evidence on who the narrator of the opening and the ending of the game is? I don't know. Is the FromSoft multiverse real? I've talked about this like a bunch in my videos. I definitely recommend watching my Crucible video. I touch on it there. But I do not think that there's like a linear path of relation between any of them. And like, but I think that Miyazaki iterates on and references his own work. And that like Patches is kind of like our calling card for when Miyazaki's like worked on a project. Why was the crucible flower removed? Does it conflict with the lore? That is like a question for Miyazaki. I have no clue about the development of this game. There is like speculation that Loki has that he feels that Miranda is like a blossom from Melania. But I don't know. I never got that. They look similar. But I kind of wondered if there was like another entity associated with Rot at some point. Specifically during the Crucible era, or like if there was an advent. I mean, I guess Melania blossoming could be like the Crucible or like the advent of the flower, but I don't know. Yeah, there's the flowers in the game and there's like the Miranda blossom, but there's quite literally an entity called Miranda who's the Crucible flower. And there is like a Miranda, the Blighted Bloom, but she's depicted as a woman in the talisman that was cut from the game. But yeah. Does Ronnie use different spirit tech than Melania? Or Melina? Sorry. Yeah, she does. Because Ronnie is like housed inside of a physical body, whereas Melina is just like a ghost that is tied to the Erd Tree in some way. Oh, wait, what texture is that on the side of the map tablets? Let me go back. Wait, where did I... What? I don't remember where it was. Oh, here we go. I think it's just the Fleur one. No. Speaking of cut items, there's the EG's confession, and I want to know the tea on that. Me too, hungry boy. There's multiple Fleur ones based on a faction, and I'm not sure which one this is. This one's weird because it kind of changes like at the very tippy top, but it pattern then repeats like pretty long. Have you seen the Red Queen, White Queen, Reba's producing the perfect being, Mikola with Melania being the waste product theory? I don't think that she's... I understand. I haven't seen that theory. I understand what you're saying just based off of like the little preface that you concluded. I think that Melania is not necessarily the waste product, but like decay and rot allow for like waste to be recycled. And I think Melania and Mikola are creating their own little ecosystem in the Halig tree. Iju's Confession? What? Yeah, somebody said that there's a an item called Iju's Confession, which I'm assuming is like a note. But it was cut from the game and nobody knows what's in it. So... It's like for Mikola to be created, Melania has to be too. Yeah. I mean, like, but that's true in the sense of, like, death and, like, a life cycle. Confection. Oh, it's a recipe for carrion cake. Oh, okay, good. He's not confessing to anything. He's not doing anything bad. He's just... It's fine, y'all. It's fine. It's gonna be okay. Maybe it's just dialogue that he confesses that he imprisoned Blythe and didn't trust him. That honestly would make a lot of sense too. You're not allowed to do that. Ow. Oh, that's a telescope. Fuck. No! God damn it. Whatever. It's weird because there's black flames on his body, but he definitely was attacked by the Black Knife Assassins, which is odd. The whole situation is just odd. We need to go. I think we're at the point now where we definitely need to go upgrade my weapons. I'm getting a little sleepy, you guys. I ate a chicky sandwich and lots of french fries, and now I'm getting a little sleepy. I ate chicken sandwich. Oh, God. What the fuck? What's happening? Leland, what's happening? It's the carbs. Crying. I love a good Looney Tunes moment. I miss when I was like a kid. So I have like a very... okay, wait. Hey Quayla, have you watched Save the Scholar's most recent video? Heads up, if there's a lore video, I probably haven't seen it. I don't watch lore videos. I'm just gonna start like saying that as a blanket statement from now on because like... I think it's like... I don't watch lore videos. I got the itis right now. Really bad. But no, I haven't watched it. I have no idea about it. Somebody, I think, brought it up earlier too. Somebody asked me what I think the Tarnished is, and I told them. I told them. Keep a pinned message that you don't watch lore vids. Oh my god. Fair enough, but for what it's worth, it has nothing to do with preview content. That's okay. It's more, Brigand, it's not, just a heads up, it's not shade to any content creators or anything like that. It's, I became a parent last year. And it is so incredibly hard to try to be, like, finding work and like filling out applications and like parenting and streaming. It's just, it's a lot. The Rune of Death was part of the Elden Ring, the Greater Will, yes. Eiji's home specifically says it wards off the Greater Will. But Destined Death has been, like, removed from it. She hates lore. I don't know if you guys were here for when, like, one time I streamed around the time that my kiddo came home, and I asked him if he wanted to, like, give his impressions on... He obviously wasn't on camera, it was just his voice. But I asked him if he wanted to give his impressions on, like, Elden Ring NPCs. I was like, hey, like, what do you think about this guy? And he was like, I want to watch Garfield. So I was like, okay, yeah, we're gonna go watch Garfield now. Like, he doesn't give a shit. He was so real for that. He was. His answer was based. It really was. He straight up said, nah. Yeah, correct answer. It was correct. Garfield the Golden. So true, bestie. It was like, I've never been more proud. I've never been more proud. When you're a kid, you bloody well have your priorities. It's true. Return of the Unbothered King. You guys will probably hear him a lot during the week of the DLC, because he's literally gonna be out of school. So we're gonna be sitting here playing the DLC and he's going to be talking. He's going to be here. We can't escape. I'm probably gonna get a green screen or do like a filter behind my video or just be off camera. But yeah, it's gonna be a lot. The Garfield talisman was supposed to reduce fall damage. Yeah, it was cut content. Summer vacay, yeah. The VTuber era. Garfit and Garogwyn are the twin omen. Yeah. I love how this is our fire dragon bridge in this game. There's some asshole with a trebuchet, which is being a fucking nuisance. Why do you think we have to go to the top of the Divine Towers and visit the Dead Fingers to restore Great Runes? The Great Rune... So, first off, the fingers that are on top of the towers are made out of the tree. So this is a spicy take that I have, and that I don't expect anybody to follow me. I have so many Elden Ring theories that I haven't talked about publicly, and that I probably won't, because I feel like I'm asking too much of my viewers to, like, follow me. Do you know what I mean? Like, in order for you to, like, come with me down this rabbit hole, it's asking too much. It's asking too much of you. And I just don't want to put people through that. I don't want people to feel like their favorite YouTuber is too unhinged. Do you know what I mean? No, I want to hear them, though. Oh, I never opened up the fucking gate. This is my worst fear. My nightmare, in fact. We will follow. We already know you're too unhinged. Might as well go all the way. All right, hold on. Well, this is gonna require me to go, like, all the way back through Stormveil Castle, so please bear with me. Yeah, they're not in the US. Huge problem with daycare and care in general not being affordable or available here. Yes. Daycare is unaffordable and not provided by any state or government. Our government doesn't pay for medical, our government doesn't pay for childcare, our government doesn't do anything for us except for put money in the military. Alright, okay, cook. Go off, king. I didn't ask, but like, I guess, sure, fine, whatever. I don't even know what's happening anymore. Hot chip and lie, etc. Yeah, fight wars in other places. Yeah. We don't apparently, like, do anything of worth out of our country, so we just have to take shit from other countries. Which is fine, you know, it's fucking whatever. Military and Call of Duty games. Yeah. Boo, 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 boo. Somebody's saying there's a safer way if I have a swordstone key. Probably. But I'm very smooth-brained right now because I just ate an entire chicken sandwich. Where's the... Oh, shit. Well, now I have 3 wolves, which is not what I wanted. Okay. Where's the switch? What the fuck is the... There's some kind of switch somewhere. I know that the man normally opens it up for you, but like... Is it in this room? Can you stop? Please? Oh. Here we go. Hey church, what's up? I love war. I want to fight and die in an unfamiliar place for reasons I'm not privy to and aren't relevant to me. Yeah. Wolves get summoned. Okay, we've opened up the gate. Now what was it? Oh yeah, I was going up to the Divine Towers. Ba 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 ba. Beware of dog. Most healthcare and other services in the US only benefit the elderly. Depending on what state you're in, it's really cool because Nevada, when I was living there, defunded elderly care and dental for the elderly. It was so cool. It was very, very good for society. It's fantastic. It's great. Very cool to throw out old people. Yeah. Yeah, it's great. We're just gonna kill him. Yeah, just put old people in jars. Yeah. Do. Me. Good podcast with Rhett. Can't wait to hear more of your brain candy. Thank you so much. We're about to go down like a rabbit hole right now, actually. I totally realized that I don't even have a great rune equipped on this character at all. We've just been like raw dogging. We've just been like running through the lands between like a fucking maniac. It's great. It's whatever. Sacred geometry. This whole fucking building is a sacred geometry. Are y'all ready? Going up the tower or down a rabbit hole, is this a Vandermeer novel? I know, right? Emerald sent a wholesome message. Oh shit, where? Where can I see it? Can somebody send it to me? Show me to me, please. Because everything is broken. My notifications are broken. I'm missing everything. My favorite little... We almost got... It's beautiful. I love it. I love it here. Gotta be one of my favorite buildings. I don't know if it's a reach, but the light falling down texture that's in the Divine Towers looks exactly like the light spell that the Miranda flowers use. Yes! The original message was, "Hello, I've always heard about you from Vati's videos, but I could not have expected to find such a wholesome channel with fun streams and a really interesting lore dives. Much love from France." Thank you so much! What the hell? That is sweet. That is so sweet. Two fingers. It's free real estate. Okay, so something that I want to talk about here. Somebody was like, why do we get the runes from the two fingers at the Divine Towers? These fingies are made out of wood. These are not real fingies. Because the other two fingers that's in the Round Table Hold is not made out of this material. And the Mana Celeste fingers are not made out of this material. Wait, Heather took the words out of my mouth. I'm missing everything. I'm missing chat today. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm so far behind. Does that mean they're not real? I don't know, but what I can tell you is that a lot of things are like carved into the Erd Tree, like remembrances, so I kind of wonder... Because remembrances are just runes, right? And I kind of wonder if great runes are also just runes, but bigger, and have to do with like the fabric of reality. It's all the Tree of Life and the Kabbalah Evangelion nonsense again. Sorry, I'm like... I got milk... I got cheese voice. What is it? Yeah, this is all wood. It's wood grain. So I don't know. But the one that's in the Round Table Hold is like quite different. The one in the Round Table Hold... Hold on, let's see if they're open yet. Yeah. This one is not wood. This one is not wood. Like, it's very clear that it's, like, kind of fleshy. And it has some, like, gashes on it. Like, this looks like proper, like it was part of a giant or something. Do you think the Evangelion hive mind is a bad thing? I don't know. I assume the two fingers in the Round Table Hold is from Godfrey. Well, I assume they're like Marka's because she's the Empyrean.
Are you? You've done. I interpret. Let their wisdom wash over you.
Great Elden Ring. Root anchor of all lands until
I just joined. Is the giant coat hanger... Hold on, sorry. Enia's talking. She... Okay. Somebody says the giant coat hanger Perfumer. No, it's not. It's just we're early in the game, and so I just grabbed a big weapon.
I will the finger.
Or Ronnie's wouldn't know. So this finger, these fingers, the fingers of Mana Celeste, and the three fingers associated with the Frenzied Flame are not made out of wood. All of the ones on top of the Divine Towers are made out of wood. Cooper! Do you want a greenie?
Ah, the children of the goddess, Queen Marika. tainted by the strength of their rule, and so listen.
The greater will
Tarnish indeed. The demigod Godric the Run.
The fingers, when you find and kill Ronnie, kills them are also not wood. Yes, that is what I said. All of them. So the Manus Celeste are not wood. These are not wood. And then the three fingers are not wood. It makes sense if they're just supposed to be shrines. I think that, like I said before, remembrances are hewn into the Erd tree. Remembrances are just runes. So it tracks that the runes would also be stored in like a tree-like effigy, or like a wooden effigy of some sort. Is Manus Celeste Latin for divine hands? Yeah, I think so, right? Or like, yeah. I don't think they're made of wood. I literally just climbed it and showed the wood grain material. Did I not unlock the grace? I didn't snag the grace. All right, we're going back. Some say it means hidden hand, too. I'm so sleepy. I hate it here. Oh, I hate having a physical form. You know what? Oh. Yeah. Here. Go fight each other, y'all. I hate it. Nope. I'm going to grab this grace, and then I'm gonna put a slight ban on lore questions for a hot minute. Because this is slowly turning into Lore Theory Thursday. And I just want to make sure that I have that boundary. Because that if I focus on just answering lore questions the whole time, we won't actually be able to play the game. Which is like what I'm trying to... We got like a week. We got a week, y'all. We got a week to get this shit cooking. Really cool detail that I love in these towers is, we were talking about it earlier, but the light and the darkness effect that are kind of like going up and down in the towers. Cool effect. I love it. Lore Theory Thursday on a Monday. What armor set is this? This is just the Vanguard armor, but I had Bach take the cape off. So you can see like the little backpack. Quaylog, what is the answer to all of my questions? I don't know. I'm down with like speculative questions or like fun questions. Obviously not spoilery. I'm down with like little tiny casual questions. But like getting kind of like a barrage of a ton of little questions is or sorry, a bunch of really like involved questions is kind of hard. I love how Cooper goes from maniac to greenie to ripping the fattest of snores. It's true. What's my #1 FromSoft game? Oh my god. My emotional comfort blanket FromSoft game is Demon's Souls. Demon Souls is like home. It's like where I go to dream. I don't know if that makes sense. That's wood grain. This is wood grain. This is wood. This is tree. This is a tree. This is wood. This is wood. Take a picture. Somebody take a picture and then take a picture and then pin it in the chat. Yeah, it doesn't look like rot. No, it doesn't. When you hit it, there is like a dust particle effect. When you hit it, there's like a dust particle effect. When you hit the Manus Celeste ones, it's like a squishy, fleshy, like, it's like a... A really old mummified flesh? No, old mummified flesh doesn't have wood grain. This is like bark. This is like... Flesh doesn't look like this. Preserved by ash. People, it's wood. Yeah. This is wood. This is wood grain. Throw a pot on it, does it burn? It's me, I'm here to burn, to do the first cardinal sin. Yeah, the one in Manus Celeste and the one in the throne room both have the same hairs, but these ones have wood grain, the others do not. What is this? A palm tree? Palm tree with hairs? Okay. Anyway, let's keep going. Maybe it's something akin to the Tree Guardians where there was flesh at some point prior to wood being there over time. I could get with that, especially like with the giants too. A lot of the giants have like the tree roots in their stomach. I can get with it. I can get with it. Oh. I need to get water and I don't want to get up, but I'm gonna get up. Hold on one sec, y'all. Hold on. I'll be right back. Let's kill Moog. We're not even at the capital yet. Hold on. Oh, what was the crazy unhinged theory? Okay, let me tell you about it when I get back. Hold on. I talked about it on Rat's podcast. Sorry, I just like took a big slurp. I took a big slurp of water. Many things to ponder. It's true. So I talked about this on Rat's podcast. Caffeinated water, I hope. I wish. Oh, I should make coffee. It's not caffeinated water. I think... So I talked about this before. I think that given the word Empyrean being borrowed from Dante's Paradiso, and like the way that Empyreans... What Empyrean is in Dante's Paradiso is like a layer of heaven where God's will and man's will combine into one in like the heavenly fires. It's like where somebody would witness like the will of God, but their will would also blend with like the will of that God. And I think that when you rewire the Elden Ring and you kind of like take on the rules of nature, but because Marika changed the rules of nature, that the greater will then reflects the way that she changed it. I don't think that she was influenced by an outer entity. I think she influenced an outer entity that then gives like shape to the lands between. That is my interpretation of the way in which Dante's Paradiso is being used linguistically in Elden Ring. Are you in need of more tea? Is it time for me to send you some? Oh man, that would be so lovely, actually. We just recently moved though, so I would have to give you my address. Spy is like the best, like, friend. Like, you ever have those like friends that are just really fucking good at giving gifts? Spy is like that person. Like, they know exactly like that hot cinnamon spice tea that you sent me became like my lifelong staple. Like, you sent me that one time and it's like fully altered the course of like my life. Rat said Elden Ring's message can't be deciphered by anyone. Do you think it's true? Wait, what do you mean? Like the motif that Miyazaki's trying to talk about? Like the overall themes? Holy shit, is that fucking Burpo? It is! I also, give me a minute too. I'm like, I might actually go make coffee. I am getting so tired. If I were laying prone right now, I actually just had a flashback too, because we've been playing a lot of like SMT Nocturne soundtracks, like during my intermissions. I used to like high school memories, middle school memories, high school. I would eat a big ass meal of a nice ass burger or like cozy food, like stew with like bread, and I would play Nocturne in bed and I would like fall asleep. And that's like gotta be some of my favorite memories, are getting like nice and cozy and it being like a rainy day and you falling asleep playing like a JRPG. Your body just like turning the fuck off. I call the foo sleep so accurate. Yeah. It was gotta be some of my favorite memories, y'all. Okay, wait, let's see. Rat made a video about it that nobody can understand the message of Elden Ring. But what do you mean by that? Like, do you mean like nobody can understand like the nature of the Elden Ring, or that like nobody knows what the major themes and story about Elden Ring are? You may have conditioned yourself to associate eating something comfy and playing a game with sleep. I think so. The latter. One more nap rejected. I feel like Elden Ring is pretty easy to understand. Like not... Wait, he says that we can barely agree on what's happening, let alone the themes and the overall motifs. I don't know. I think that, like, if we talk about the details of what's happening, like whether or not Marika is a part of the Black Knives, or whether or not the Eternal Cities was was instant transmissioned below or if they were like intentionally built down there. I think that if you kind of like take a step back and you don't try to look at the details and you just focus on like the overall, like, hey, we're talking about 5,000 years of human history. We're talking about spirituality. A lot of the spirituality that's being represented resembles and looks a lot like Roman Catholicism. I think that there is a lot of messages about mortality and Marika not liking death and those components of spirituality that I think give way to pretty clear message about, you know, the nature of religion, the nature of like organized religion in like a society, and like our fear of death and maybe wanting to like prolong our age. I think that like it's a pretty good look at Western suffering. Yeah, I mean, it's George R. R. Martin. It's probably just War of the Roses all over again. So the periods of history that I think George R. R. Martin is clocking into, it's more than just War of the Roses. But I do agree that he is clocking into a particular period of history. And I think it's very easy to see which ones he's pointing at. And with Mesmer, he's pointing at a very particular guy. We talked about the Celtic Druids with the story trailer that just came out, because there's a lot of artifacts that like reflect Rome and Julius Caesar's conquest against... Yeah, I hate to be a reductionist, but I think it's as simple as an epic inner-reaching story about death. 100%. 100%. I also don't mean to be a reductionist either, but I think it's quite easy to see what the story is about if you just look at the time periods, the religions, and the conflict that are being represented. It doesn't have to be, like, it is complicated, like understanding which groups were exiled to which land and what, you know, understanding all of those pieces are, like, is incredibly important to understanding like the main like conflict and war and drama that's happening. But like overall, when we look at Marika's motivations, that feels like the center point, the center conflict, and the meaning behind the story. And it's like very important that we understand her as a character, because she is like in storytelling, and this also came up with Alan Wake last night. There's this depiction of Odin, which has transcend a bunch of religions and mythology. And it is this like archetype of the hanged man, which is the man who has hung himself in penance to like understand wisdom. It's like a creative journey, and it's also a journey of introspection and self-reflection. And I think Marika quite literally being the entity that's hung inside of the tree, I think kind of puts her at the forefront of the series as like the All-Father character, the God character, the main force. She is like the character that you have to understand in order to understand everything that came from her fears. I don't think, some people have this like feeling that, yeah, we're still getting distracted by the lore. Some people have this feeling that like this whole thing is like a dream that Marika had. I don't think it's like that, but I do think that like because Marika is the center god, she is just like as important to understand as Gwyn or as King Allant or as who are the guys in Bloodborne? It's like Lawrence and Willem, I think, are like kind of the two main guys. Gehrman, you know. I think it's important. But yeah, I don't think that it's like, I personally don't think it's that complicated. I think that the endings and like trying to understand what we were talking about earlier regarding like theology and like breaking the wheel and like the wheel being co-opted by political systems and the need for religion in order to like foster community and blah, 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 blah. That whole conversation that we were having earlier a little bit plays into it if we want to get like more nuance, because we're looking at quite literally a political figure and a ruler who has like put themselves in a position of power and in such a way that they can like manipulate the fabric of reality. And I think that that's like, I don't know, I think that that's important. Under the surface, there's enough screaming in your face that you can get the gist of what the game's trying to say. In lore, of course, there's a lot of confusion because we weren't around for the events that we were looking into, even though it's not that bad. See, I feel like, so my partner's not as like into all of the like finer details of what's happening, but I feel like if I were even to ask them, as somebody that is a player that kind of focuses more on like the legacy dungeons, I think that like he would also come to the same conclusion. I think that you are able to get the overall message no matter how you interface with the game, but I think that you get even more from it if you like deep dive. And it's when we get into the like bonus lore, or what my friend Ross and I talk about this, we call it like the fluff, like the flowery lore that's kind of like pretty and fun and distracting. All of that stuff is super fun and interesting to untangle, but I think that you could explain the entirety of Elden Ring without that stuff. And I feel the same about Dark Souls. I feel like we could totally understand the meaning of Dark Souls without getting into who Hawkeye Goff is. Or like, I don't have to explain Artorias to you for you to understand that Gwyn is afraid of his age ending and that he's willing to like oppress people to keep it lit. Do you know what I mean? What lore is the fluff lore? Any lore that doesn't have to do with the center NPC, the center conflict, the center antagonist. So anything that doesn't have to do with like Queen Marika's plight and her decisions and her choices and her sins and her mistakes, all of that stuff, while it can support the lore and help the world like feel more fleshed out, is like truly unimportant if you're just trying to get the general gist of like what Elden Ring is about. Like, I don't think, like, for example, like understanding the ancestral followers, or understanding the misbegotten and how aspects of the Crucible were seen as like holy in like another era. I think that that's important to understand the transition of time. But I don't think that it's like necessary to understand like, yeah, gods chase after immortality and they're willing to hurt people to get it. Like, it's important lore, but I don't think it's like important to like the central conflict. I think we overestimate the average player. I've heard so many people who get to Gwyn and be like, who's that? LOL. Well, I mean, I always appreciate a little fluff in stories. I think that like there's the average player and then there's like the cutscene skipper, and like I'm not talking about the people who skip cutscenes. I'm talking about the people who watch the cutscene and see that Lord Gwyn is a character, and then who like go through the legacy dungeons and understand that Gwyn wants them to light the flame. I feel like Dark Souls is almost like more confusing because like Gwyn and Frampt are quite literally lying to you. And so there is like a whole second half of the game that I feel like is understanding the deception. But I think that like explaining it to someone is not a difficult thing to do. So I think maybe that's where me and Rat disagree. But I agree with Rat in the sense that like understanding the nuance of the story is impossible. But I think understanding the main themes and motifs is totally possible, and you don't need to understand the nuance to do that. I also have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just running around in circles. Does that make sense? How are they lying to you? So in Dark Souls 1, Gwyn and Frampt are trying to keep their age lit, and there's this whole mythology about like the chosen undead and like ringing the two bells and taking your place to like help Gwyn light the flame and keep it lit and blah 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 blah. But then when what you actually find out as you go Darkstalker Kaith's ending is that like the bodies of you and like your brethren, the like undead, keep the fire lit, and that the era of dark is like an era that you could exist in. You can exist like without flame. And so technically Gwyn's age is being like continuously lit when it should fade out and die and a new age should come about. You're just kind of finding out about like the nature of cycles and the nature of like Gwyn and other characters in the game trying to like either recreate the first flame or discover the means of immortality or figuring out a way to keep the fire lit for long periods of time. But yeah, core stuff tends to be vocalized, 100%. I agree. If you want to take understand to mean a completely logical and detailed series of events, then yeah, you won't get it. Exactly. I agree with that. If that is what Rat is saying, because obviously I'm taking Rat's words through you guys. But yeah, if you want to understand every single logical and detailed event in the series, you won't get it because Miyazaki intentionally leaves things obtuse. So I agree with that. But as far as like the main point, like the main moral of the story, you can understand the moral of the story. You can get it. You can get it, I promise. Unfortunately, now I expect there to be secrets in all of these games, and it kind of defeats the point of twists and secrets. I don't know, Sunny Celestial. I feel the same way, but then when I encounter secrets, they still blow me away. I think Rat was being literal that you can't understand anything. But that's why I was asking, like, what do you mean by understand? Like, what Squaladala says, I agree with this. If you take understand to mean completely and logically understand the logical and detailed events of the game, then yes, you won't get it. I agree with that. But if Rat is saying you can't understand the moral of the game because we can't agree on like the events and how they took place, I disagree with that. I disagree with that for sure. But yeah, I think for like a plot twist or like a big reveal, wandering across the Undercities in this game was like just like unreal. It was a really amazing experience. I'm gonna go down in here. The Sanguine Noble and Elden John realization was wild, to be honest, yeah. Have you ever gotten frustrated with From's dedication to obtuseness? No. Not at all. I feel like that's kind of why I like their stories. It's like the reason. I think the biggest surprise to me was the chest that teleports you to Landal and looking at the whole map. 100%. For real, I don't know what Rat said, and I've just seen other insist on the same style of analysis. It's a story about literizing metaphors, not about detailed historical analysis, in my opinion. I agree with you, Squaladalas, 100%. I think that, like, for the people that are interested in trying to create comprehensive timelines and, like, a list of, like, chronological events, I think that the reason why it's so difficult and why I think it's probably not possible is because there is like a motif in Miyazaki games about like time and storytelling and written history and memories, and how I don't adhere to this idea that like time is necessarily convoluted. There's that whole meme. But I do adhere to this idea that like there is something being said about how we remember stories and how we remember historical figures and how history is communicated. And I think that like leaving them obtuse kind of echoes that sentiment of like leaders who are trying to attain immortality through like their stories and their deeds and their memories and their experiences and their remembrances. I think that like that ties into it. Do you think there's an objective truth to the game? Or do you think it's open to interpretation? I think like the events of the game are open to interpretation, but I think, like I said before, the core like theme or motif is quite pointed. Like for example, and I love Armored Core 6 for this. I know that Miyazaki had like a light touch on 6 and that it was mainly the guy who worked on Sekiro, but I think that, I don't know, Mr. Mars, a lot of the data mining content doesn't really contradict too much. It just kind of changes some things. But for the most part, Marika and like the central conflict remains the same. But like, for example, Arquebus, which is, so we're going to talk about Armored Core 6 for a second so I can kind of explain my point on this. Arquebus is a type of rifle that was established in the Ottoman Empire. So that is an invention created in the West. All of the members of Arquebus that like work for Arquebus are all names that are Western philosophers, poets, artists, psychologists, right? More things associated with the West. All of these characters and the core, like central motive behind Arquebus is that they're a weapons dealer from the West, and they are the antagonistic force in Armored Core. The opposing faction, the Rubiconians, are themed after members of the Vietnam War. We talked about this on stream, but Uncle Ho Chi Minh is referenced in the game, and in the game files they're referred to as the Communists, or the Communist faction. So there's a very clear message or thing that is happening there that Miyazaki is pointing at, or that Tanamura is pointing at. That there is... I'm not talking about the red guns, Jen. I'm talking about Arquebus. And I'm only talking about Arquebus here. Because Arquebus and the Rubiconians are kind of like the main people that I want to focus on. But like the point of looking at that is that there's an overt reference about a particular period of history. And the antagonistic force in the game is Arquebus. It is the Westerners. It is the Western weapons dealers. Snail is like the villain in the game. There's nothing redeeming or good about Snail or his motivations. He's just seen as a shithead. He's a shitheel. He's the worst. He betrays a lot of people in his faction, and he like fucking hurts the player character. There is like a motivation of the Western weapons dealers to continue to deal weapons. Like that is their motive. That is their primary goal and motivation. Like Arquebus, it's very clear what they're about. It's very clear that they are the bad guys. It's very clear that like there's a particular thing that was being said about Westerners and weapon dealers. It's easy to like, when you take a step back and you look at them and you look at the situation, you're able to be like, oh, okay. So like, sorry, Big Cooper snort. So we're able to kind of understand like the sentiment there, right? It's not that complicated. I think what makes it complicated is when people have been like taught or have like grown up in a system where maybe weapons dealing and military complexes have been romanticized. But that's on like that person's interpretation and the way that they've interfaced with the military. That's like for them to reconcile. But that it's very clear what the directors and the writers of that game are trying to say about war. And what they're trying to say about... Do you know what I mean? Like, so I think that when we look at Elden Ring, it's very much the same message. You could just say the United States Ingenue LMAO. I just spilled water all over myself. How does AI system play into that conflict? I don't... Are you talking about the coral? Because the coral is like a substance. Mike Cooper. I need to get Cooper a microphone. No, I know AI has been a part of Armored Core since the first game, but we're talking about the central conflict in Armored Core 6, which focuses on the Rubiconians specifically and the weapons dealers. Coral is not AI, they mean All Mind. All Mind is like, yeah, All Mind is trying to bring about the Rubiconian ending. Like, All Mind is trying to like get you to do this whole route where like humanity and computers, there's like a weird singularity situation that happens. There's like the whole third ending that's like very optimistic take on all of that. But I think that's like another train of thought. I'm mainly trying to focus on like, the reason why I'm saying it doesn't apply to this conversation is I'm trying to just focus, I'm trying to make a point in that like, you can look at somebody's body of work and see that there's a particular sentiment that they have about a particular group. Does that make sense? That was the point. My point wasn't to give you guys a breakdown on Armored Core 6's like entire lore. My point is to be like, do you see how the West is being depicted in this game? Cool. Maybe we should look at how the West is depicted in their other games too. And maybe we should look at how weapons and war and the pursuit of perfection are being... Yeah, I mean, the point of the message and Marika is the focal... Yeah. Western religion and spirituality are being depicted in Elden Ring is what I'm trying to say. Like, specifically Catholicism. Specifically. Okay, would you be willing to do a full breakdown as a YouTube video? Because I'm hooked. I would love to do that, Dylan. Like, I would absolutely love to do that. I'm, like, so scared to do that because there are a lot of folks that do not like Western criticism on YouTube as a platform. It's, like, the fucking worst. I love how All Mind is actually kind of silly. Multiple huge mistakes in cosplays as a pilot thinking she's being super sneaky. Oh my fucking god, I love her though. I loved her so much. There's a commentary on Red Scare, imperialism, military industrial complex, and the reflections and references in the West, its history, and its contemporary actions. Let's fucking go, church. Let's fucking go. That's what I'm saying. It's almost like a country that is the only one to ever be nuked by a Western country would have lingering thoughts about that. Yes. 100%. I feel like the pursuit of perfection to some extent is in all FromSoft games, but is extra strong in Elden Ring, 100%. I think that like it may not be so in Elden Ring. Perfection, I feel like, is being pursued via Miquella. Like it was very clear that Mariko was trying to do some like weird birthing shit, but I think that like the pursuit for immortality or the pursuit to outrun our fate, if our fate is mortality and our fate is like things coming to an end, that is very reflective of like Eastern philosophy, which sees the end or the impermanence of all things as like a noble truth. And so it's really interesting that then we have a Western ideology or a Western mythology that's being portrayed as struggling with mortality being a noble truth. Because in our religions and in our spirituality, we believe that we live on after death, and we cannot accept that there's nothing after. We cannot accept that. It's in all of our like mythologies that there is a life after death. That there's a heaven or a Valhalla, or like that there is somewhere that we go, or Sheol, even though Sheol is like fucking nothing. No, I don't think the game is... So Tony Pepperoni says, do you think the game is fundamentally Western? I feel like there's an underpinning of Eastern thought and religion with a Western aesthetic, 100%. I think that Miyazaki is looking at the things that we struggle with and that we suffer with in our mythology and our spirituality, which is our death and how we interface with our death. And he's saying, what is the root of Western suffering that is in their stories and their religions and their tales and their myths. And that root is impermanence. So like, oh yeah, 100% adamantium. Iron Man, All Might is like goofy as hell and I love her. And I know that everybody wants to keep talking about her, but that wasn't the point of what, the point of where I was going with how the West is being portrayed in Miyazaki games was what I was trying to get at, was what I was trying to dig at. I would love it for the vid, but if it endangers them, maybe not. Yeah, like, I think that, like, I already made a video a while ago on Millennia and some of the Eastern philosophy that ties into Millennia's symbolism. And people did not like that. People were not happy about that. Buddhism doesn't really delve into... It depends on what kind of Buddhism and Hinduism, but for the most part, samsara isn't life after death. It's like, I guess it depends on how you interpret it, but the way that it can be interpreted is just like behavioral cycles that were like a reflection of the caste system that was operating at the time. And that sometimes when people are born into status and they're like stuck repeating that status, you see a lot of repeating cycles, but then the teaching is that the cycles are an illusion. A lot of the things or the paradigms that we feel trapped in are not real. And the easiest way to cope with that is to simply not acknowledge or respond that they are real. But it's like a whole other... Yeah. All of the stop putting politics in X, whining, LOL, all art is inherently political, my guys. Yes. There's, okay, so here's, some people are talking about some of the life after death and like, Eastern philosophy and spirituality. There are like, effectively like hells or like lives after death, but there is like a lot of really interesting Buddhist mysticism that like I've met varying Buddhists who see it either as like metaphor and don't see it as like as strict as we see heaven and hell in the States. Like we fully believe that heaven and hell are like real ass places in the States. We were taught that when we were growing up. If you've grown up in the church, like we are taught that, and then when you get to a certain age, it's like a whole... We have like, it's just like a whole different thing to unpack. So I don't think that's everybody in the States. It's not everybody in the States, but it's people in the States that were raised like Christian are quite literally believe that heaven and hell are quite... No, I'm not... Oh my gosh, people... Don't get nitpicky about generalization. Don't get nitpicky about generalization in the chat. I'm sorry, I generalize, and like, y'all are gonna have to live with that. But if I say like an American or like a Christian, y'all know what kind of people I'm talking about. I'm saying that it's a culturally specific thing to America. Christians in other countries do not believe in a heaven and a hell the same way that American Christians do. It is not the same. If you talk to a Christian in fucking Europe, it is not the same. It is not the same. Like, it's totally unique to the States. It's like a very unique, weird thing that we have here. Yeah, I had 2 hours of Bible study a day and I was terrified of hell, LOL, 100%. 100%. And like, I've seen so many people within my family who are grown-ass adults who are like the age, like in their senior age, genuinely saying or believing that if you like use God's name in vain, or if you do certain things, or if you wish hatred on somebody, or if, you know, you conduct yourself in X, Y, and Z, that you will not get into heaven. And it's like a very real fear that a lot of like grandmothers have. Like specifically in my in my upbringing, it was always like the grandmamas were really fucking worried and paranoid at all times that like you are not getting into heaven. Grandma, no. This is a weird time to join stream. Yeah. Thanks, pilgrims. Not to let the Catholics off the hook, but Protestants are truly out there. They really are.
You, please, I can read them. Your fingers. Oh, Michaela's favor can be yours. Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. But all you need to... Pretty.
I don't pity Gideon. You old lady. I don't pity him. He's a dumbass. Maybe the attitude from the States, but the belief is still the same in Christian Europe regarding heaven and hell. The belief is the same, but it's like the adult anxiety and fear. It's like the adult, it's like quite literally the adult. Like, you will not go to fucking London and meet like an old woman who is like genuinely scared that her grandkids are not getting into heaven because they're so one of them said God damn it one time. Like, we are a fully different beast, 100%. We got the brainworms. We got the extreme brainworms out here. I'm a former Christian who has a sister who moved to America and became a fundamentalist. Goddamn. I live in the South US and people take heaven and hell here very literally. People believe in ghosts and curses, 100%. It's like a very big part of our culture. It's super weird too. So like, I have a lot of family that are from parts of the South, specifically my stepfamily, but like ghosts, like the whole like ghost hunting scene and like ghosts in general are like very entrenched in, I feel like, American mythology. Like, I know ghosts are important for, I had a friend who is from Norwich who used to talk to me about how like a lot of ghosts in England and stuff typically come out during like the holidays, and it's usually like kings and like political figures or like things like that. We have like, we are really obsessed with like ghosts and curses of like old miners and like the gold rush and like the early settlers. Like those are the people that like kind of live in our lexicon. It's not like old kings and like ancient people. It's like the people who colonized are our ghosts, and we definitely like keep that shit alive pretty hard. Also, Lee, can I borrow you for a second?
No. Yeah.
So I'm like, we were talking about how whether or not, if you're like super into the lore or whatever, whether or not you'd be able to understand like the main point of the story of Elden Ring, even if you're like a casual player.
Debatable.
What do you think?
Like, I understand it, but I'm also... I think I understand... I think there's...
Like the main theme. Like the theme, like the overt...
The theme is decay, right? Would you say? Because I would say that's the theme of, like,
yeah, right?
It's like, oh no, we're still going. That's kind of that's his whole modus operandi is like,
yeah,
we shouldn't be here anymore.
Yeah.
But I think your interpretations of Miyazaki's work do not naturally occur to me.
Oh. Like even the decay stuff?
No, that's obvious. That's like very,
no,
very
so that's
obvious.
that is my interpretation of the lore.
Yes, but you go further in.
Yeah,
and there's Buddhism and all that, and I'm like, I don't fucking know. I like Sonic the Hedgehog, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But I think.
But the overall themes.
I think any fucking moron.
Yeah. That's what I'm getting at.
I think any fucking moron would go, this is about how you shouldn't hold on to power. That's his whole thing in
Yeah.
every game he's made. Every single one, except for maybe Bloodborne.
Because there was a conversation that we were having. There's the podcaster who I was on recently
Yeah.
was saying he doesn't think that that anybody truly understands the story.
I agree, but not. I think story and point are different things.
Yes.
I think the story isn't actually very important.
Yes.
I don't think
I
it's
agree with that.
like a Lynch film. It's not about the story.
Yeah. I think that like there are beats in the story that support
Yeah.
the main theme.
Yeah.
But then there's all the fluff and all the extra shit that like me and Vati do, where we're like, what did the abnormal storm
Yeah,
clusters do?
what happened?
Or
And
not
yeah.
even just that, but like what the Caden riders, like what's their deal? Like things that are totally unrelated to the central
Yeah,
plot.
and I agree that stuff is interesting.
It's cool, but it's not.
It's cool, but it doesn't matter in the grand context.
I agree.
The grand context is, look at this situation you found yourself in, regardless of how you fucking got there.
Yeah.
Or what's happening while you're there.
Yeah.
But like, look at the one sentence is, look around, this isn't good.
Yeah.
And then you go, what isn't good? And then you go, oh, they're still here. That's not good. Why is that not good? Then you dive deeper. But the overall
theme.
the overall premise is, this isn't right. Why isn't it right? And then the
Yes.
answer is always because they held on to power.
I think, and we were talking about like the things that I think that Rat, the guy whose podcast I was on, was talking about is like there are lore bits like the Eternal Cities and like other groups that are left obtuse and mysterious.
Yes.
And that I think we won't be able to like understand or comprehend.
Good.
And I don't think it, yeah, I think that it's supposed to kind of just be a remnant of how like history is communicated and how sometimes history is just fucking lost.
Sure, I think,
Like it's,
and if you wanted to go dumber than that and less intentional than
Yeah.
that, which is how I tend to operate,
fair.
I don't think it does you any favors to know the answers to those things.
Yeah.
And that does support your argument.
Yeah.
But it also, it's like two separate and completely true things. Where it's like,
Yes.
yeah, if you dive deep into it, like, yeah, history gets lost. Sure. There's historical context for that, and you can look into that, and it's true. Another thing is, if you never even cared, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And that's like a good thing.
Exactly, because
That's a plus of his
you can
writing
still walk away from the story understanding like the main intention.
If you miss the main intention of any of the Soulsborne games, you're actually stupid.
Yeah.
In my opinion. Because he's like very, very clear about the conflict, which is all of story. Good story, especially fantasy, is what's
the problem?
What's the problem?
Yeah.
Problem is always very clear that like people can't die, aka people can't let things, which you can of course tie into like Buddhism and transcendence and all of the things that are absolutely the same problem.
Yeah, because they're all like the main point of my channel is to just look at the visual information that then ties into Miyazaki's bigger theme.
Yeah. And
And
I agree with them. Like, I actually don't disagree with anything.
But I think you don't have to engage with all the extra content to understand it. That was like the main point that I was trying to make. Is that like, yeah,
No,
Rat...
you don't have to be a scholar to get
Yeah.
the message.
And
Absolutely
like,
not.
and I think Rat is right that we won't understand every single lore piece or we won't agree on every single lore piece, but I think that it's quite obvious if you look at his body of work.
Yeah.
We can agree on like the main theme. Or like, the main...
Yes, and before you and I ever talked about this stuff, that was apparent to me.
Yeah.
And I didn't know anything. Like, for example, my only Dark Souls experience going into becoming friends with you was that I had played Dark Souls 1, I played Bloodborne, and I played Dark Souls 2.
Yeah.
And they're all about the same. Bloodborne's a little bit. Sort of.
No, it's the same. It's like human
Kinda.
ambition trying to transcend when you should just stop.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I guess it's just less far along the path.
It is. It's not quite at
It's
like
like
the
current.
Yeah, it's not at the end of the cycle. It's you're in the cycle and you can push it further and transcend and become like something else, become an elder god. But it's when you pursue that transcendence, like killing costs and like taking all the eyeballs, that you then are hurting everybody else around you.
Correct.
And like it's that ambition causes suffering, which also ties into Gwyn and Marika and all the other characters that are trying to like prolong their life, is that they have ambitions about like sealing away death or extending their age of fire, and it's those ambitions of self-preservation and transcendence that cause suffering.
Yeah, for like everybody else.
For the common man
as well, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that like see
all the players are common man.
Yeah, exactly. All the players are the undead, the tarnished, and a lot of people see like a lot of kind of
skater boys.
The skater boys, yeah.
Yeah, that's the Avril Lavigne one I didn't know.
Yeah, 100%. But a lot of people see like the anti-capitalist message in the games because they kind of see the people.
I don't even know if he's trying to do that.
I didn't think he did, and then I remembered he did Armored Core.
Yeah, well, that's
and Armored Core is quite explicitly about.
Yeah, but even if he didn't, it's not our fault that they align.
No, it's not. It's just about any system of power that exploits smaller people.
Yeah.
To bolster a couple big guys.
I gotta murder, man.
You can't say that. You can't say that on my stream.
I'm talking about Dark Souls.
Oh yeah, in Minecraft.
Yeah, I forgot you're on stream.
Yeah. You can't say that on stream.
Everyone knows I'm a shithead.
Okay, anyway, sorry. Thank you guys for letting me have this like conversation with Lee. Everybody in the chat. Everybody in the chat's like Minecraft Souls in Minecraft.
Yeah.
In Dark Souls. Yeah. Yeah.
I can go report my Twitch now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I need to like actually end stream soon. We've been streaming for fucking 5 hours. Free Palestine. Ambition causes suffering is a mistranslation. Buddhism says that the desire for personal gain while sacrificing society's needs lends to suffering. I'm using the word ambition because that is the language that's being used in the games if we're talking specifically about the games and not about Buddhism as like a concept. I'm using the flame of ambition because it is said like multiple times in Miyazaki's games. Like that word specifically is what is said. Everybody says it's Lee Theory Thursday.
Oh, Lee Theory Thursday is not allowed.
No?
No.
Oh, for sure. Free Palestine. I got you.
My theories on what's going on are basically just. I mean, it's pretty clear that I like what you're doing. So.
Yeah. The only thing that my channel like does is just it's something that we all know, but it's just that I point out like art history references to just be like, it's more of that. This is more of that.
Yeah.
Like these are the things that George R. R. Martin has clocked into that I'll also add to that.
Yeah, cool. I mean, understanding what inspires the people. 90% of understanding the art, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Especially with music.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, knowing who someone's favorite artists are is like a surefire way to tell what they're trying.
Mm-hmm.
And the times that I have asked someone if someone is their favorite artist after listening to their music and then hearing no is like one time.
Yeah. But for the most time you're like most of the time you're able to clock it.
Yeah, you can clock it.
And that's how it is.
It's hard to figure out artists, man.
That's how it is for me, but with visual art.
Yeah.
Like spotting the King in Yellow in Demon Souls, or like you see like the visual motifs, and you're like, oh, you like weird fiction? You freak?
Yeah.
I get you.
I mean, you can't Innsmouth without.
Yeah.
You can't accidentally get there.
You can't accidentally end up in Innsmouth.
No, you can't.
Or in the
can't
Fishing
do
Hamlet.
The Fishing Hamlet thing.
No.
Without having read Lovecraft. It's
100%.
just like either he has read Lovecraft or he's a crazy racist guy from the 20s.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt your stream.
No, you're good. I like having you on stream.
Oh, Bellarone said hello.
Lee says hello. You two remind me so much of my husband and I, lol. Good. Yeah, we just ramble at each other and it's good. Lee, like, does this to me, but with music. Like, what I do for you guys is, like, what Lee does to me, but, like, we'll literally sit there chain watching music videos and he'll explain to me, like, the historical reference of, like, a particular style of music and how it's been changed or how it's used. And, like we went through a whole power metal phase where we were talking about, like, music composition and a bunch of other stuff. Lee, are you single? But yeah, we were, does he talk about music theory? So it's weird. He doesn't get super into music theory, but he's like really clocked into just like he won't get really, because I'm used to music theory people on YouTube who get really granular about like why composition flows a certain way, but he's not like that. He's more like I'm talking about you.
Oh, why?
We were talking about how like you talk to me a lot about music and about like how music is kind of echoed throughout history.
Yeah.
But I'm explaining that
iteration.
but you're not like a music theory guy. Like
no,
you're not
I'm
like
anti-music theory.
Yeah, anti-music theory guy.
I think it's stupid.
But you can clock where things come from
Yeah.
and what things are iterating on what.
Yes.
Like super easy and without.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got genius brain.
No, I think I just like am an amateur music historian. The honest answer.
Yeah.
I've been doing this ever since I was a little kid.
Okay.
I just like to know the etymology of anything.
Yeah.
Accents, music, the auditory stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Video
But-
games.
Yeah. So like Lee is that way, but
Just a dumb, unqualified etymology.
wait, Jazzaray says no. Wait, please, I want to hear Lee cook on that.
What, on music theory?
Yeah. Oh, wait, on music theory or anti-music theory or what?
Does that person have jazz in their username?
They do.
They want to hear me talk shit on music theory.
Yeah.
100%. I think that it is elitist bullshit that helps nobody make music. I
Yeah.
think it helps people live jam.
Oh.
And I think that is about it. It can be functional, but like, who gives a shit? In my opinion. I think it's stupid. I think music school is stupid. I think wasting your money on music school is fucking stupid.
Yeah. Lee's an intuitive person.
I'm a big hater.
Well, yeah. Okay, wait. So, Arcurus says, I don't want to fight Lee, lol, but I do think music theory is important because it can help you understand
Wrong.
the history of musical practices.
No, it can't. How can music theory help you understand the history of musical practices more than listening to music?
Oh, okay. So this is definitely I can relate to this because this is how I feel about art. I never went to school for art. I'm not like a tradition, like I never got schooled in like traditional art. I think it would have been a really great way for me to learn, but I was able to like achieve where I am without it through just observation.
The honest answer is that they're both right.
They're both right.
But it's a waste of money. You don't have to spend that money.
You could just do it.
Yeah. So for the average person, it's elitist, and all it does is serve as a function is to be like pivotive to thinking you can make.
Yeah, but if that information was free.
Yeah, if it was free, which it is now.
With YouTube
it's
and
also
stuff.
antiquated. We do not need that unless you are in specific styles of music with a functional purpose, largely to communicate with other musicians.
Yeah.
If you are a single musician, there is zero reason for you to.
Ooh, Sir Terrible says, I definitely think music theory can limit your thinking as far as composition goes.
It tends to do that pretty often, actually.
Yeah.
In fact, I have to challenge myself a lot.
Yeah. Art school.
Because I do know music theory, and it has ruined my life.
Somebody else's art school is always more of a reflection of the elite interest than anything else.
Correct.
I definitely think that because I took some like intro level art classes in like community college, right? Like that was like there were, I think being around peers or other artists who were like, we were pushing each other was what I think I would pay for experience-wise, not necessarily the traditional teaching components of it, but almost more of like the being around other artists.
We should make colleges a place where weirdos go to think instead of places where old people tell you what to do.
I agree with that.
That's what college used to be.
Yeah.
You used to go there and some kooky old man would be like, you can use my lab.
I would say for the arts, for sure.
Yeah,
But
for the art. I mean, God, please teach people how to be doctors. Please. do.
yeah.
Please,
please don't put weirdos in a room and with like scalpels.
Like, change physics for fun.
Yeah.
I'm definitely talking about creative endeavors, but like, yeah, if you want to talk about like creative communities of people who can iterate and like learn and grow together, that's amazing. You can do that at home.
Yeah.
On Discord, much more than you can do that at college.
That's true.
Going to college is where you go to spend your parents' money and feel really bad about it. Can't do anything else.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Yeah.
But, so Discord is the new real college from like the 1800s.
Yes.
There you go.
There,
Ivy
okay.
League can suck it. Berkeley, go fuck yourself.
We did it. So Bergenworth. Yeah, 100%. Wait, hold on. What did Jabber say? I graduated from state-sponsored arts conservatory, so it was a lot more punk than a normal art school conservatory. Very scrappy. Good. Yeah, like I feel like those are the kinds of people and experiences that I would want to be around. About to quit my job to become a Discord moderator.
I'm out of here.
All right, see ya. Be safe.
Oh,
I'll be off by the time you guys get home. I also am going to clean out the fridge.
don't worry, I'm stopping by the grocery store on the way out.
I need to go. Can you get trash bags? Okay, thank you. Live guest Lee is 10 out of 10. He's literally like on his way out the door. He didn't come prepped. He said that live guest Lee is 10 out of 10. Or they did. She said.
What now?
Somebody said live guest Lee is 10 out of 10.
No, liability.
Yeah.
I try not to be. I'm very sorry.
But you're really good. I love it when you're on stream with me.
I believe that people have a right to know what I...
Yeah.
All right,
You have the right to speak words.
Well, look, captive audience.
That's true. I've held them captive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get to like espouse my hardline opinions where I can't get any backlash.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I get the backlash.
Yeah, but that's not my problem.
I know. It's good. All right, he's leaving. I look forward to the lead guest stream whenever that happens so much. Me too. Okay, wait. My dad went to Berkeley for music, and he always says that he learned more in a year of giggling in New York than he did, or sorry, in a year of gigging in New York than he did his entire college career. Sorry, I read that as giggling. He was giggling in New York. I think, okay, so somebody said earlier, I wanted to say Heather. Where is it? Heather said, I have a degree in philosophy and a separate degree in audio recording. Music theory doesn't matter if you aren't doing musicology or performance. 100%. I think Lee's perspective, and you also said music theory must exist for musicology to exist. Yes. So I want to give like a preface is that Lee's perspective is as a practicing musician, but not as a musicologist and not as like an audio. I mean, he is an audio engineer, but like his focus is on writing and composing pretty melodic songs. That's kind of like where he's at. And so his feelings about learning music and writing are largely about his experience as somebody who is self-taught and like an intuitive person who is just listening to music. But I would say at his core, the things that he's like the best at and the things that he in practice like focuses on are like he has pretty hardcore like pop sensibilities. He loves composing catchy and melodic things, and a lot of that are things that he's intuited over many years of listening to stuff. But if he, for example, were doing what you're doing, Heather, where he was into, you know, more of like the technical side of things, I think in those cases, you know, like audio recording and musicology and performance, I don't think that, yeah, exactly. He isn't analyzing 100%. He's not having to do the same type of skill set that you do. The same way that, like, for example, when I was working in UX research and design, some of the stuff that we were looking at were storytelling elements and the representation of certain things, but it was quite technical, and a lot of it was like qualitative data. There is like a really crunchy process that's being put into place regarding certain topics. But I think in order to actually create and like do stuff, you don't need to like have all the technical knowledge to kind of like understand that. You can intuit it through observation and through education, through casual education, or through like exposure, through field research, or like talking to people. But it's like all nuanced depending on what you're doing. I'm a working artist now and was an art school student, and connections and collabs is what gave me, for sure. I improved so much faster than I do now because I was surrounded by creative people. Bananas, I learned like the biggest takeaway the biggest takeaway that I had when I was like learning art were moments, or like the times that I felt like I improved the fast were moments when I saw somebody else in my art class who was better than me and whose like sensibilities I tried to adopt because of like something that I appreciated about their art or something that I took away. And one of the things that like an example of that has stuck with me is when I was in high school in one of my art classes, there was this kid, Kyle, who went way harder on pigment and graphite and charcoal. He would press fucking hard. He would like pick the softest graphite and he would make it the darkest that he could. And it was like the fact that he was able to really clock into the contrasts, like value contrasts quite early, when a lot of people, I think when you're starting out art, it can be really scary to go quite hard with your pigment because you don't want to put something down that's like black, like, and fuck up your whole painting right out the gate. Like you kind of want to go soft. You kind of want to like go a little bit light in case you make a mistake so you can erase. He was not that way. He was like, you put your blacks down first and then you do everything else. But like you establish those like darkest darks on the painting first, or on the charcoal, or like on whatever you're doing first. And like his practice, he wasn't my teacher. He was like another kid in my class. And like it was that moment that like that clicked with me. And I immediately started doing that. Like now every time I start on a painting or I start with something, I like, behold my self-portrait, sir, that is just a blob of gray. Yeah. Every time I do something, I always focus on like the darkest darks first, and then I work my way up with it. Some people do better subtract and vice versa. 100%. One of my favorite artists, Strange House, he does, he lays down like a layer of black first, and then he like carves out the light values. He does like reverse cross-hatching. It's like usually black silhouette, and then you carve out the light parts. Hold on, wait, let me show you guys. Sorry, this stream has like gotten fully derailed. We're in the arts now, babes. We're in the art class now. Thank you guys for enabling me, by the way, to like ramble. Let's see if I can get this to show up. Here, this artist. Like, just the most cracked shit you've ever seen. I love his artwork so much. But yeah, he does like, he'll do like pretty huge black sections and then we'll like take out some of the light parts, or he'll leave, I would say these are like a better example of that, or this one, this piece is like a really good example of that. Like you start off largely with like a black space and then you can like carve out or leave chunks of white, but it's quite different. It's like the inverse. Instead of leaving most of your canvas light and kind of like creating shadows, it's like he leaves most of his canvas black and creates light sources. It's like the opposite, and it's very striking, and I love his work so fucking much. He's awesome. Where's another one? I feel like these are also a really great example of that. Fantastic. Sensational. It also, a cool thing about this style of artwork too, is it's a little bit less work, because when you do like huge chunks of black, like you black out like a pretty large chunk of your canvas, it's just less area that you have to cover. But like, it does look so sick. Oh wait, did you link a piece of your art? Yes, let's fucking go. Yeah, like this shit is like fantastic. It just feels, it feels good. I used Strange House to help me with my Mind Flayer. I don't know if I actually have that anywhere. I might have it on Instagram. Hold on. Is Instagram gonna let me look at my account? Yes. This one. Oh, this one. It's not gonna let me open it. But I actually like blacked out pretty large chunks of like the tentacles. Oh wait, you can't even see it. Hold on. I promise I'm looking at stuff. The Mind Flayer, or Beholder, sorry, not Mind Flayer, the Beholder that I drew with the sword, I like blacked out like a pretty huge chunk of the tentacles and then worked backwards to give them the depth on that one. But oh my god, the Cooper pic. Yeah, this Cooper picture. He's living. He's thriving. That freaking Cooper face. Digital or analog? It's digital. The Mind Flayer is digital. We know Cooper drew it, Quay. Yeah, that's Cooper's drawing. That's Cooper's art face. But yeah, I'm like, wait, I'm so glad I'm here for this live and didn't go to the start of the stream. I love art time and that Cooper picture. Thank you so much. Yeah, it was really fun talking with you all about this. Like, I've been going through kind of like a really big art slump for the past 2 years. But I feel like I'm back. I feel like we're back, babes. Like, I feel very motivated to like make stuff. And I think the Alan Wake DLC yesterday kind of like fucked with me, you guys. I didn't talk about it when I was experiencing it, but his, there was this scene where, Tim is wandering the desert and you're doing that, like, that text dialogue game where Tim gives himself the, like, seed of the world tree of creation, and he's, like, trying to contemplate the nature of the universe and the master of worlds and create, like, the creation. He's trying to understand creation, and to understand creation, he has to do it. Like, he has to create, and he has to engage with creation in order to, like, understand Orlin Door, in order to understand Mr. Door. He has to, like, partake in it. And so he's like, I think that, like, I really felt like a kick in the pants to start creating again. Like, pretty fucking hard. Like, it kind of felt like Sam Lake was like, yeah, and kind of suffer. Yeah. Sam Lake was kind of like, it feels like challenging, because he's on both sides, right? He's a fan of so many different types of media that he's representing in his work, but then he's also a creative. And I feel like the boundary between the fan and the creative is very thin. And that the foundations of it are love and inspiration. And I think that there's also a little bit of a kick in the pants that he was giving. We were talking about Stephen King's Misery because that is like what it's referencing. Like artist block and crazed fans and like suffering with your art and like doing a bunch of stuff. But it definitely seemed like, yeah, the way he became the person who grows up to gift himself the branch was moving. Yes. Yeah. Like we're all standing on a ladder of, and this is like the good, sorry, I've talked, we talk about this so much on here. Like we talk about comparative mythology, and I talk shit about, comparative mythology because there are parts of it that are reductive and bad, but the parts of it that are good and beautiful are the parts of it that show that there's like a ladder of human history, and we're all kind of like linked through, our ancestors and their thoughts and beliefs and spiritual conflict and experiences manifest in their stories that they write and what they leave behind for us. And then we kind of like branch off of it, and we're creating like this ladder of humanity that transcends time and space and goes all the way back to like our earliest stories and our mythologies and our religions, and go into like our modern comics and fiction and storytelling, because fiction right now is like our modern myth. And so everybody's just like iterating on it. It's a tapestry of stories. Yeah. And it definitely felt like Sam Lake was kind of giving a little bit of a kick in the pants to the people that feel that drive. Sandman by Neil Gaiman touches on this a lot. 100%. Yeah. Neil Gaiman is yes. Okay. It is reductive how some people make Indo-European belief as one monomyth. Yes. T. Lion Smith. And I talk about it on here all the time. I think it's like very reductive and it can destroy cultural nuance. But I do think that our relationship and our love with storytelling is transcendent. I think those elements are culturally transcendent. I think that like there are things like cross-culturally that we experience that are universal experiences. But also it's like obviously important to not be reductive or reductionist and to like, yeah, say that people in the East experience the same things as people in the West, or that certain groups go through the same spiritual journeys, because they clearly don't. But I think there's like a really beautiful there are some like little tiny things like that are very broad and very general, like anger and love and inspiration, that are human emotions that do kind of transcend a lot of interesting things, and I love it. Yeah, we're all humans. Yeah, that's the unifying factor, is like just the nature of humanity. Okay, wait, hold on. Wow, good point. There's a joy to the hero's journey that has nothing to do with Campbell in the West. Totally, yes. Like, I think that Campbell and Young were kind of on the right path, but they ignored nuance, and that's like the only issue. But like, I think that their ideas about unifying experiences of humanity are very beautiful. So like, I don't fully write them off, despite being like the most critical person of the two of them, because I think that there are things that they're right about. And I think a lot of it has to do with fiction and like the love for creativity and the fascination with creation that we have, and language and written word. And I think that Sam Lake has tapped into that shit so hard, and it like episode 3 just was like the kick in the pants that I needed to get creating again. And I don't know. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. And I'm eternally grateful to be surrounded by like really awesome creative people in the chat, but also Waves and like my partner, who are always like kicking the shit out of me to make stuff. I love when games do that. Yes, me too, Bree. It's good. LMAO, mentioning Ratata's comment triggered a rabbit hole of art evaluation. No, that's how these streams go. Literally, like, this is, if you're new to my community, this is what happens. This is what happens. We start off with Soulsborne content, and then we just ramble. How dare you criticize lack of nuance and practice nuance? It's nuanced, Kaio. You wouldn't understand. It's the rabbit hole of nuance. Do you have a degree in art history? No, I have a degree in research methodology. That's what's fucked up. I was going to pursue art history during my undergrad, but I shifted gears. I became a mathematician. So fucked up. It's so fucked up. I hate it here. I'm new to the community and I love it so much. Well, welcome, Sir Terrible. Thank you. Lee's take is kind of encouraging in a way to someone who stalls in creating, because I feel like I need to learn more before I actually know what I'm doing or have the right to write. But Lee's take is, no, you don't just do the thing. CS1, Lee... Okay, so like, holy shit. Sorry, this is a whole other conversation that's like something that we actually butt heads on quite a bit, but in a good way. So I am the same as you, CS1, but I also think that like people create for different reasons, and for an artist, or I would say a visual artist or a musician, maybe the function of your creation can just be to make a beat that people want to dance to. Like there's an input output. And with music, it's especially so, because music does serve a function. Like, it serves as something to dance to. It serves as something to feel. But when you're telling a story, which you can do with music, you can tell a story, you can write an opera, you can, like, create something that has a bit more of, like, a narrative depth, if that makes sense. If you're writing or composing or doing something much bigger, it does become something more than just making a beat that you can kind of like do this to, you know, that you can kind of like bounce to. There's something more there to it. But Lee's of the mentality of like, you need to constantly be outputting nonstop because, and I think the thing that motivates him or that moves him is that he wants to create something that's catchy or like almost like translate his earworms onto like a medium. He wants to like manifest them, or he'll hear a particular genre and he'll think, can I do that? And then he does it. So there's like a really immediate like input output with music for him that is very addicting. For me, when I'm thinking of a larger narrative or creating a larger narrative in my head, or I'm trying to like really create something that has a lot of depth, it does feel like you sit on it for fucking ever. You're just writing and writing and writing and putting stuff down and putting stuff down and putting stuff down. And like, it just does take like, it fucking takes a little bit longer. And it feels like, depending on what you're trying to answer, it feels like it can take forever. So we were talking about Stephen King. And we actually have a quote by Stephen King on our fridge. It's the one that's like, there are amateur artists who sit around and think, and then there's real artists like the rest of us who get up and work. Or something. Like, the sentiment is just like, you have to just fucking produce, and you shouldn't hesitate on putting your words down or your thoughts down. But when I look at Stephen King's work as a whole, he's constantly responding to particular things. Like, he uses political narratives, like he uses things that are happening in politics, and he uses things that are happening in society, and he's constantly responding to them. So for him, his production satisfies his conversation that he's having with politics. He's interfacing with American politics, and he's responding to American politics in a lot of his books. So he has a lot of things he wants to say, and he wants to like just get that shit out there. Yeah, Stephen King says he hates the word world building, and I'm trying to resonate with that every day, even though I use it to describe what I do for a living. Yeah, it's like, I think there are people that just need to produce, and when they produce, they're interfacing with a thing that is constantly happening. But for me, the thing that I am wanting to write and the thing that I am wanting to explore is a little bit more in the vein of like Alan Wake or Miyazaki's thesis, where I have like an overarching idea that is like something that is pretty profound and spiritual and something that I contemplate a lot. And it kind of feels like the backbone for my entire life. And it feels like creating narratives off of that thing just takes a little bit more time and like contemplation, because I still am like trying to figure that thing out for myself. And maybe I never will, and maybe that's why sometimes my art feels like it takes fucking forever. But I think it put me in this mindset of like, what kind of art do I even want to create? And like, what am I interfacing with, and what am I wanting to produce? And so I think that there's a little bit of that too. So I feel like I'm just flailing, but in a good way. It's not in a bad way. And I think that the Alan Wake DLC was definitely like a, hey, it's okay to flail, but like put it down on paper, like get it out there. And I think that like my partner gets frustrated. Like Lee does get frustrated with me because I don't just put it out there. You know? Like, he's kind of just been like, the whole time we've been dating, he's kind of just been like when you have good ideas and you're very talented, but when is it coming out? Like, when are you actually going to do it? And I think I'm like constantly on this like fool's journey of like meditation and contemplation that like sometimes I don't feel like it's ready. But yeah, I'm always down to talk because I am both. Oh my god, Brie, I'll definitely hit you up about it, because it's really interesting, because I feel like in some ways I don't know. I feel like in some ways, like, if it's like an existential or spiritual quandary that you're trying to put down on paper, or that you're trying to like illustrate. Like, do I want to create like a fully fleshed out narrative for it, or like do I want to just do vague scribbles that like reflect an echo of what that place might be like when we were talking about Vermis, or we're talking about, oh, another example that I could think of, the fucking ending caps of Outlaw Star. Do y'all remember those? It like, they were like these weird pieces of art that didn't reflect the anime like at all. They were totally unrelated, and they just used them in the end credits for some reason, and I don't know why. But there's like a place that is being depicted in these like end credits that I want to go to. And it is like these spaces that aren't explained or aren't established anywhere. And like, I want to create a piece of art that evokes that feeling. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me find. I haven't thought about Outlaw Star in years. Yes. Hold on, wait. Outlaw Star and art. Here, hold on. Let me explain this. So, like, the anime Outlaw Star had end credits, and during the end credits, these images would play. These images have nothing to do with Outlaw Star. This isn't representative of what Outlaw Star was about, what the content of Outlaw Star was. None of these look like they could even be from that anime, and it was so bizarre that they showed these at the end, but it was always high fantasy girlies, or like definitely like fantasy girlies, but with like future tech embedded in them, and it created like this really specific visual identity for a place that doesn't exist, for an anime that doesn't exist, and it's being represented in a show that doesn't even have to do with it. It was so jarring and weird. But like, I want to go there. I want to go there. Yeah, these images are so good. It leaves you dreaming. Like, this type of like 70s, 80s, 90s pulp sci-fi fantasy art that just rocks my brain and kind of like feels like these would have freaked me out as a kid. It did freak me out, but in like a really good way. Game theorist, but yeah, I just like, ooh, I hear the song just looking at these. Same. There's just like a feeling. I think the fragmented and unmastered is pretty fascinating. But I think what makes it feel interesting is that it feels like this is like an established place with established characters and established laws, and I want to get to know them. I want to go there and I want to meet them. And that's the feeling that it evokes. But I want to create art that stirs that feeling too. Like, I want to create a world that has rules and laws and reasonings for things, but I want to not explain them to anyone, and I want to just put those images out there so that way it feels like you're peering into the looking glass of a world that exists passively without you interacting with it. That it just is living and breathing by itself untouched, and that we're just like an observer of it. There was a spaceship behind one of the images. Oh yeah. Oh wait, did I miss your comment? Okay, yeah, definitely hit me up after stream. Okay, great. I will. I hear what you mean. So much of my D&D work and writing is just me working out the gears that make it all turn. Yeah, there's definitely tension between the world building impulse and the evoker impulse. I want to try to feel my way through things more, the way Lynch seems to do, having faith in the individual capitation you feel with the things that you create, rather than obsessing about tying everything together, which is hard. It's weird though, Emily, because like, I feel like I could absolutely tie, like I want to create something that does tie everything together, but then not reveal it. And I think that is a little bit of Miyazaki too. Like Soulsborne games do that too. Like it definitely seems like there's rules to the world that we live in and we can try to understand them by observing. But like, I want to do that too. What? I want to do that too. Oh, Suda 51. Yeah, for sure. I mean, what I mean is while the fragments have internal and occult composition, presenting them in a fragmented way is pretty interesting. It's like the appeal of cosmic horror lives in gaps. Yeah, I could see that, Myra. For the longest time, I was only making art for the classes I was taking, but now that I'm not anymore, it's been difficult to rediscover that motivation. AI battery. So Waves and some of our friends in Lee have talked about how they want to create an OST for like a video game that doesn't exist. And I think that like if they ever start making songs, I want to create visual images of levels based on that music. So like the assignment or like the person who's dictating the assignment would be Waves and Lee, and they wouldn't get to decide what I do. So like say if they make a level that if they make a song that is supposed to be like a swamp level, they're not allowed to communicate to me that that's what it's for, and I'm going to draw a level or design a level based off of what I hear. I made something like that with the soundtrack. It was pretty fun. Yes, that is the mood. Word. It's like a totally different thing to make something when no one's forcing you. It's so hard. Yeah, I think that's why a lot of people do a lot of the, like, I know Inktober is problematic or something because like the person who established it is canceled or something, but I think a lot of people do that Inktober type practice or like challenge and do it publicly to hold themselves accountable. It's kind of like working out. Like whenever people post their progress pictures of their workout routines like online, it's to hold themselves and like their peers accountable. And so that way we all feel like we're able to collaborate or to like work together. A lot of people do commissions because of that. Yeah, exactly. I think one of the things that holds me back is knowing the scale of that level of world building I said on everything for so long. It's hard to know how to take it step by step. I know, Emily. I think looking at Miyazaki, so for people like us, that are I think for people like us that are kind of wanting to do like a big introspective piece, what Miyazaki did is he started off small. And then ever since he started off with Demon Souls, it's like he's been iterating on Demon Souls every time he makes a new piece. Like Demon Souls was kind of like the ground zero framework, but he's doing Demon Souls and Dark Souls and like Elden Ring over and over and over again. And like I think that for people that have one big central idea that they're wanting to just get on paper, I think that's what we have to do. I think we just have to start off with our theme really small. Like maybe the theme is that like with Miyazaki, it's that mortality is a necessary truth, but that gods outrun it. That there are these like gods that are trying to outrun it. And so you start off really small, and then you add a little bit more, and then you add a little bit more, and then you add a little bit more, and then you add a little bit more. And so that way, by the time that like your work is kind of at its peak, you have used all of your previous works to like build off of that. So then that way, everything is like all... Today's theme is themes. Yeah. Patches pushed him in a hole a long, long time ago. Yeah. Yeah, the Inktober guy tried copywriting the term and concept, and it turns out he stole it from someone else. Oh. You gotta plant some seeds first before you get a garden to tend. Yeah. It is odd how Bloodborne can be so different thematically compared to other FromSoft games. We actually talked about that too, Lion, like when Lee was here. And I don't think it's so different. Because Bloodborne, while it's not about mortality, it is about ambition and how that ambition causes suffering. I would say the main point that Miyazaki has is that ambition causes suffering. So for King Allant, his ambition was straight up power, and it caused suffering. And for Bloodborne, it's that they wanted to transcend, and there's that quote by Bergenworth scholars. What was it? It was like, evolution without courage will be the ruin of the human race. And it's that the action of courage that they're discussing is the slaughter of the fishing hamlet. So there's like, it's, if you kind of just have like a primary theme that you iterate on over and over and over again, ambition causes suffering. Just keep writing stories about that over and over and over again. And it seems like that for people that have like a quandary, and it seems like that's like Miyazaki's quandary, or like Yoko Taro's quandary, and he's actually told us this in an interview, because like Yoko Taro is extremely explicit with his work. Like, I think the reason why he feels comfortable explaining his thesis is because Square Enix didn't give him enough funding for him to like actually get all of his ideas down in his work. So he's just like, fuck it, weeball, I'm just going to tell you what my games are about, because like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with like the budget you've given me? But he's flat out said that what he set out to do is to discover the reason why or how a human could have the capacity to kill another human. And so when he first set out on this, the answer to his thesis was humans are crazy. And that was kind of like why he thought that humans would kill humans with Drakengard. And then he said as he was like iterating, and after like 9/11 happened and a bunch of other world events happened, he started to realize that humans will kill humans because of love, or because of things that they learn when they're kids, or because they think that they're defending their family and their friends. And so it's really interesting to see a lot of Japanese like artist philosophy is to just like iterate over and over and over and over and over again until you become a master. That is like how those storytellers like to tell stories, as opposed to Stephen King, who is not iterating on like one concept. He is just interfacing with every single thing that is happening politically. And I think that depending on what kind of person you are, you fall more in the camp of either being iterative, or you fall in the camp of being reflexive and like responsive. And I would say that Lee, my partner, is more like Stephen King. He's reflexive and responsive. He's responding to everything that he's like interacting with. He hears a song, he hears a new genre, he hears like a particular thing, he wants to respond to it. But for me, I have the need to iterate. I have a thing I want to iterate on, and like I think I'm still trying to answer it. Heather, I have the quote from Stephen King on my fridge. Hold on, let me actually go get it. Okay, sorry, I got the quote. I got the quote. Stephen King said, "Amateurs sit and wait for inspiration. The rest of us just get up and work." And while he has a lot of core concepts that he iterates on, there are a lot of political things, especially in his more recent books, where he is responding to political events and social movements and things that have been happening even within the Trump administration. So he is like popping shit out to respond to it. So yeah, I love joining these streams because the title is Burpo Reloaded, and then I walk into a philosophical discussion about storytelling. The they're all rooted in the same concept, but like if you look at what he's talking about, it's all like in terms of the politics that he's responding to, and like he makes himself write every day. And to be able to write every day, you have to be rapid fire interfacing with something that is happening in your life. And for him, it's politics and social injustice. Like, he talks so much shit about Trump in a lot of his books as of late. But I think I think for some people it can feel kind of like, not that deep, but I think it's so important historically because, you know, like 50 years from now, or like whenever he passes and like younger generations read his older work, they'll be able to see a snapshot of like what it was like living in that administration at that time. It might not be feeling super poignant right now, but it's gonna be fucking sick. The only issue with the title is that it implies that Burpo needs loading, but Burpo is always loaded. That's true. Anyway, we have to end the stream because my son's gonna be home soon. The boy. Oops, I was going to add a quote. LOL. I'm sorry. Today's stream is brought to you by viewers like you, and I don't fucking know what this stream was. This stream is for artists, is like being thirsty for a year in a desert and then finding an oasis. Oh my god, that's so fucking sweet. Let's get to work, babes. Let's go. I hope everybody takes a little bit of time today to like write or draw or noodle. It's the PBS stream. Of course, thank you guys for coming and hanging out. These are the best streams. I'm going to draw now. Good. I feel motivated to draw. Good. Thank you for the stream. It ruled. I am inspired. Let's go, chat. Inspiration stream. Let's fucking go. I might start doing, if someone can please fucking help me and hit me up on Twitter. If any of you guys can figure out how to capture an iPad in OBS. I used to have a software that worked, and both softwares that I have since used to capture art have like all phased out. Like they don't work anymore. They no longer function anymore. Yes, Bree, please, if you can figure out like how artists like stream from their or like capture from their iPad via OBS, I want to do more art streams. I want to do more art streams, please. Thank you. Hi, I'm an expert in that. I'll toss some suggestions on Twitter. Thank you. Just tag me. Just tag me. I promise I'll see it. All right, goodbye, everybody. Thank you. Bye.